Welcome to the Cannabis Investing Forum Speaker and Investor Pitch Competition, where our featured cannabis industry leaders will educate and inform us about global agriculture, health, medical, science, and technology. Then the Investor Pitch Competition will have companies present their investment opportunities to our investor judges and the audience to be voted on. Be a part of the action, then stick around for a networking room after the webinar. Let's get started.
Without further ado, Sandra, please say hello and start your presentation.
Thank you so much, John, for this incredible introduction. I couldn't do it better. You gave a pretty good highlight. And I want to say thank you to Brad. I have the honor and the pleasure to be participating in Brad conferences. And I always agree to present in these conferences because I know the quality that Brad brings to the table and how very well organized these conferences are. So as John say, I am going to be talking about the endocannabinoid system. I will be sharing my screen right now. So I think John already did a very thoroughly introduction of myself, so I'm not going to bore you with more details of who I am. I am a co-founder of Medican IPS, Medical Cannabis Clinics in Colombia. We are very excited and very delighted because as many of you know, medical cannabis was legalized in Colombia 4 years ago. The first years were very hard, very slow to get things done, but finally, between last year and this year, I think medical cannabis is moving faster in Colombia, and I see a very bright future. And this future that I see for me is focused on behalf of the patients, because through the clinics, I can see more and more patients coming to our consultations and seeing patients from all different cities from Colombia, and even doctors that want to belong to our network of Medican IPS. So I do see that all these things that we've been doing for all these years, you as industry, scientists, doctors, different type of professions, all these things that we are building all these years are showing the profits and the benefits on behalf of the patients. At the end, all the things that we do, and industry and doctors, all this medical cannabis industry revolves in a very, very big part on the patients. Everything that we are creating, standards of cultivation, standards of extraction, standards of manufacturing, and good clinical practices, everything is because of the patients, because we want to help patients and we want to give them medicine. Medical cannabis is medicine, we all know that, and we want to provide for them the best treatments and the best care, because there is millions of patients all over the world that need this medicine. So this is where I feel so passionate about what we're doing, because we're bringing well-being, we're bringing comfort to the patients, to families, we're improving their quality of life, and we are helping lots of families and patients. So going straight to the point, what is the role of the endocannabinoid system in health? Many of you will know, and I'm going to try to do this lecture not too complicated. I know most of you have knowledge about the endocannabinoid system, but we cannot forget that it is because of the endocannabinoid system that doctors and scientists are involved in this. Because if it weren't for this, we wouldn't care that much about the medical cannabis. It's because we found, and I talk about myself, that there is an endocannabinoid system in our bodies, is that it makes sense to use the cannabinoids to treat different pathologies, and even to try to balance our own endocannabinoid system in order to achieve this homeostasis and balance that we need. So we have in here a different system. We have the skeletal skeletal system, respiratory system, muscular system, digestive system, and of course we have endocannabinoid system. This system is extremely important in balancing the most essential functions on the body. For example, the sleep-wake cycle, appetite regulation, immune system function, and the cannabinoids are chemicals that affect the body, as we were talking. We're going to discuss in depth about the different endocannabinoids and the phytocannabinoids. We know that the plant contains more than 150 different types of cannabinoids, and they are found naturally in many foods you eat and even naturally produced in your own body. They are the endocannabinoids. So we've seen here how the endocannabinoid provides balance and homeostasis through the regulation of pain, appetite, sensation, inflammation, mood, energy, and I can go on and on. I'm going to go a little bit on the history of cannabis because for talking about the endocannabinoid system, I will say first that we know the medical cannabis and cannabis is being used even 2,700 years before Christ. It's been used widely in Chinese medicine, Oriental medicine, and was brought to the Occidental medicine in 1839 by Dr. William O'Shaughnessy. And we saw how before the Marijuana Tax Act, we used to have medical cannabis preparations being sold over the counter all over the world. And even we have different medical textbooks that they were listing medical cannabis as one of the important treatments back in that era. And we also have more than, in the 20th century, we have more than over 200 papers talking about the benefits of medical cannabis. Now going to the endocannabinoid system, it's important to highlight. In 1964, Professor Raphael Mechoulam discovered the molecule of THC. Then in 1988, William Devane discovered the receptors, CB1. So that was a little bit of a history. Talking about Professor Mechoulam, you may all be aware that he turned 90 years this year. Extremely remarkable scientist. I had the opportunity to spend time with him in Israel. I sat with him for an entire morning, and he was absolutely a smart, sharp, and very patient person. And very recently, he was awarded with the Harvey Prize. And this is an award that each year give for an outstanding achievement for including science, technology, and human health. So this is a big achievement, and I think for him, I think he deserves the Nobel Prize. And everybody knows that he discovered the THC molecule, but he's been doing and producing a very big amount of research all these years. We have Professor Lumir Hanus, very smart scientist who actually was the one who isolated with William Devane, another American pharmacologist, the endocannabinoid called anandamide. They call it anandamide after the Sanskrit word joy or bliss. This is one of our very important endocannabinoids that we produce. It's very important to point the endocannabinoid system and disease. The endocannabinoid system is designed to respond to your external environment and regulate your internal, mental, physical, and emotional environment. We need to understand both disease and the way cannabinoids work when formulated together. Better understand the disease being treated and to match the appropriate cannabinoid profiles and preparations. This is very important, and I'm going to stop a few seconds in here because we need to remember as doctors that we are not treating a diagnostic, we are not treating symptoms, we are treating a patient. There is a whole being, soul, body, and we need to take that in account. So it's very important to see a patient as a whole being and consider so many other things that is not just about one organ or one symptom. In here, we see how the endocannabinoid system can balance and have properties as an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-anxiety, and it's a long list. Now we're going to the core of the lecture, basic concepts about the endocannabinoid system. This system is compounded by receptors. The receptors, the most known, well-known are CB1 and CB2 receptors and others, endogenous ligands. We also, besides the receptors, we have endocannabinoids that are produced by our own body, such as an anandamide and 2-AG. There is many other endocannabinoids that they have been discovered, but for a matter of time, we're not going to be able to discuss about all of them. We also have the enzymes. They are synthesizing the endocannabinoids, and the enzymes, they are degrading these cannabinoids, such as N-acetyltransferase and MAG monoamylglycerase and the FAB. We actually have cannabinoid receptors. They are found almost in every cell in the human body, which means that every cell can receive an instruction through this endocannabinoid system. In here, I have a graphic that will show you how is the endocannabinoid system works. The main endocannabinoids are small molecule derived from arachidonic acid, anandamide, and 2-AG. They bind to a family of G protein coupled receptors, of which the cannabinoid receptor is densely distributed in areas of the brain related to motor, control, cognition, emotional responses, motivated behavior, and homeostasis. Outside of the brain, the endocannabinoid system is one of the most crucial modulators of the autonomic nervous system, the immune system, and the microcirculation. The endocannabinoids are released on demand from lipid precursors. And they act in a manner that they serve as a retrograde signaling messengers at GABAergic and glutamatergic synapses, as well we see it in here in this graphic. The modulators of postsynaptic transmission interact with other neurotransmitters, including the dopamine. This is very important. In here we see how the production of the endocannabinoids is on demand. This is actually something very different than the way that the normal signaling appears. The endocannabinoids are not stored in vesicles. They are just released on demand, and they interact in the presynaptic neuron with the receptor CB1, CB2, and they produce all the cascade of the benefits that the patients can obtain. We have in here how the endocannabinoid system have affection in different areas. We have in the central nervous system, facilitates the generation of new neurons and involving neuroprotection. This is very, very important. And we see in here, for example, the big role that CBD plays, but we also have our own endocannabinoids that they can play that role of neuroprotectants. We see how they are important in the immune system regulator system, suppressing pro-inflammatory cytokine production. Talking about the cytokine production, we know that right now with the coronavirus, there has been a big amount of research doing in Israel and in Canada. They're trying to find if cannabinoids, specifically CBD and terpenes, are really good to reduce the cytokine storm or to do immunomodulation that we know that is what's causing the bad effects of the coronavirus. We still don't have results about this. I think time will tell, but the endocannabinoid system and the cannabinoids, they play a very important role in the as an immunomodulatories in the body. We have in here gastrointestinal system. They help protect the GI tract from inflammation and abnormally high gastric enteric secretions. They work on the metabolism and muscles and hormones and bones, and we see how they are widely distributed in all our body. So it's very important in here. I have a very detailed diagram. This lecture of endocannabinoid system we can take, I give it in a university for students of medicine and doctors. and it can take like 3 to 4 hours. I will try to just to go fast through the most important topics, but it is very important to know that the endocannabinoids are transported into cells by a specific uptake system and degraded by two well-characterized enzymes, fatty acid amide hydrolase and monoacylglycerol lipase. Recent pharmacological advances have led to the synthesis of cannabinoid receptor agonists and antagonists, anandamide uptake blockers, and potent selective inhibitors of endocannabinoid degradation. So we see in here how complex is the mechanism, how these endocannabinoids are produced, how they are regulated, how they are degraded. This is a fascinating topic. I love to talk about this about hours, but we cannot go into detail. In here, we know that the endocannabinoid system and the phytocannabinoids, such THC, CBN, they act in a manner as the manner the key acts in a lock. They fit perfectly and they exert their functions according of the way the CB1 or CB2 receptors are located. We are going to talk about the receptors CB1. They are expressed more densely in the brain. This is very important because we will see how we produce treatments for the patients, seeing which of the receptors are we targeting. These CB1 receptors are largely responsible for mediating the effects of cannabinoids binding in the brain. Cannabinoids that bind to CB1 receptors can decrease the release of glutamate or GABA. You know, the glutamate stimulates or excites the nervous system and GABA calms it. When glutamate levels are high, GABA levels are usually low and vice versa. In here, we know why all these treatments with cannabinoids can help with neurological disorders. This is a paper that talks exactly about that. It was published in 2018, and it talks about the cannabinoid receptors and the endocannabinoid system. We see in here how receptors CB1 and CB2 are located in the brain, spinal cord, and the CB2 and peripheral nerves. And we see we have CB2 receptors at skin. We also have at lungs CB1 and CB2. And so, you know, we have the whole diagram. We're gonna go very fast through the CB1 receptor. I already told you that the endocannabinoid system produce endocannabinoids on demand. Then these endocannabinoids and phytocannabinoids, they interact with the receptors CB1 and produce the G proteins liberation and bind to the postsynaptic receptors, as we see here in this graphic. CB1 modulates pain through the dampening of the neuronal despolarization. Now we're going to talk about receptor CB2. Is more densely found in an immune system, but it's also expressed in neurons and in more limited amounts in the brain, gastrointestinal system, and peripheral nervous system. We have in here how it works, how is the receptor, and is primarily concentrated in peripheral tissues, microglia, oligodendrocytes, and astrocytes. I'm not going to go too detailed in that. This is another paper talking about the benefits of the CB2 receptors and the interactions, just for a reference. And we have in here how our body have distributed CB1, CB2 receptors and how it works in our body. It's very important to see that the endocannabinoid system, now there is a big word called endocannabidoidome, because it's the whole system that includes the enzymes degrading, synthesizing enzymes, endocannabinoids, and receptors. And when I talk about receptors, this is very important because everybody knows CB1 and CB2 receptors, but cannabinoids interact with a lot of different receptors. We have in here a few of them: TRVP, vanilloid receptors, 5-HT1A. So it's because of this that we can have so many interactions in so many benefits when we're using cannabinoids in different therapies. We're talking about the endocannabinoids. Anandamide is a member of the fatty acid amides family binds to the CB1 receptors, and the 2-AG is member of the glycerol esters family. As I said, there's many other endocannabinoids, but these are the ones that we know more right now. As I said, Professor Lumir Hanus discovered the anandamide and named it anandamide, derived from the Sanskrit word ananda, which means happiness. The anandamide is broken down by the enzyme Fa, which is an enzyme that breaks down THC and anandamide too. We see that through this enzyme Fa, there are a lot of pharmaceutical developments, because if we block or reduce this degradation of anandamide, we can have more endocannabinoids circulating in our body, and we can obtain benefits. The anandamide is a weak partial agonist of CB1 receptor and a weak agonist of CB2 receptors. We have in here how the anandamide is produced, and basically—
Sandra, sorry, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. And basically we have all the different reactions for producing anandamide, and also how to produce the 2-AG, that is another endocannabinoid. We have in here the graphic and how is the production of these cannabinoids. And I was talking about the other receptors that interact. We have the GPRs, we have the TRP, GPR production. We have many other systems that interact with the cannabinoids. So it's very important when we are taking phytocannabinoids that we consider all the interaction. We see in here all the targets of the endocannabinoid system and all of the cannabinoids. We already talked about the degrading enzymes and how these enzymes are very important on development of different pharmaceutical grade medications to try to keep the endocannabinoid system in balance. We see in here the different receptors that I was talking before, and it's very important to know also that THC and CBD interact in a different manner and mimic what some of the endocannabinoids are doing in the body. It's very important to talk about the entourage effect. It was described by Professor Meshulam, and means that it's not just isolate compound CBD and THC, it is the terpenoids and all the rest of the minor cannabinoids, the one who bring benefits for the patients. We have different publications in here. It's a very important theory. Dr. Ethan Russo talks about the clinical endocannabinoid deficiency. This is something very important because it states the patients with chronic pain states like fibromyalgia, irritable colon syndrome, has the endocannabinoid tone in unbalance. And when we balance that endocannabinoid tone, we can help this patient. So last statement in here is we need to do more research. I think after the UN removing from Schedule 4 the cannabis, I think we will be seeing a massive release of scientific research, and more doctors and scientists are going to be able to do more research. There is foods that contain cannabinoids, so we can do it, and also to use some exercise, meditation. There's way that we can boost our own endocannabinoid system. As I said, this is a very fascinating subject that it could take too long time, but I think I just summarized in a very brief way what is the endocannabinoid system and how important it is to know about this in order to be able to apply cannabis medicine. So my last words are, we need to train doctors, healthcare practitioners, and all the people in the industry about medical cannabis, because through the education is that we can guarantee the patients can have safe access. Thank you so much.
That was a great presentation, even if I am biased. Thank you, Sandra. Good job as always. So, anyways, moving on, I will now introduce Kim McCarthy. Our panel moderator for Women's CBD Entrepreneurs is Kim McCarthy, founder of Pipeline Strategies. Pipeline Strategies guides organizations on how to effectively brand as an employer of choice. In other words, the place you really want to work. In a nutshell, she helps you to attract and keep key employees. This is an extremely important function since, as a former employer of thousands, I learned very quickly that the most important assets are the ones that walk out the door every evening. In technology, who gives a crap about a bunch of computers? It's the people that make it actually work. And I think cannabis is a lot like that. Further, Pipeline Media is your media and marketing partner for investor pitch events and partnering with emerging brands to increase visibility and penetrate markets through our sales, PEO, and digital publications. In 2019, Kim entered the cannabis and digital marketing arena by launching Harvest and Plume and the Cannabis Sessions. After receiving accolades for the presentation of information in digital format, AKA the experience, her unique digital formatting became highly sought after by progressive companies needing to share information, such as shareholders communications, business presentations, pitch decks, training, company letters, etc. So, Kim, if I've missed anything, please feel free to elaborate briefly on your bio. Otherwise, Kim, please feel free to take it away. Thank you. Hi, Kim. I believe you're on mute.
Now?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
No worries. Happens to the best of us.
It was just the top secret y'all were looking for.
You got it.
If you can read lips.
Please repeat. My lip reading is terrible.
I just wanted to say thank you very much, especially to Dr. Sandra, because she's really introducing or the perfect transition into my talking with Davina and Mandy. Our panel is really about women in the CBD space, and ever so briefly, since I was already introduced, I'd like to share the spotlight with Mandy Lyle. She is with potency number 710. And then we also have, with me, I have like the Brady Bunch, only there are like 30 of them on there. And then I have Davina, but I don't know where Davina is on my screen. So hi, Davina. She is with Element Apothic. And the exciting thing, two exciting things. One is she's presenting today to the investors, so she's pitching. And also, this is her grand opening. So bravo, congratulations, and welcome to the space officially. Davina, let's start with you, Davina.
Hi, how are you today?
Good, good. So tell me more about really just a brief why you decided to get into the cannabis industry, whether it be hemp or marijuana. Yours is
yeah, I mean, my experience my experience with cannabis started really early, actually. I have a picture, I think I was about 5 or 6 months old, just sitting. And my dad actually, he was Hawaiian. He was also a military veteran, and he suffered from severe PTSD. And so I have a picture of me sitting on the couch, and I would always love to grab his little seedlings he was growing and hold them. And it was something that meant so much to me because I knew how it helped him from an early age. I remember being in school and there was all these programs, anti-drug programs, and you would sit there and they would ask you to raise your hand if you knew anybody that did drugs, including smoking marijuana. And I remember sitting there feeling ashamed, like, oh my gosh, if I don't raise my hand, I'm lying. But if I raise my hand, something's going to happen to my family. And going home and talking to my dad about that, about how it really helped him to be able to survive, that he couldn't walk outside. He really had severe PTSD, and it really allowed him to live life. And so I grew up always believing in the benefits of cannabis. I'm also Hawaiian, and so part of it's also culturally aunts and uncles and stuff sitting around and smoking, but I always knew they were happy. It wasn't like people who drank and, would end up kind of angry or upset in myself as I went through college and studied. I went to school for engineering. It was intense, and I used it to help me. It helped me relax. It allowed me to study. And so through the years, I actually went into the tech internet space. But when I did get the opportunity several years ago, I was hired to do some work with a company that was producing a book in the cannabis space. And I was so excited to be able to work on that because I really understood the benefits and how it helped. I didn't understand all of the reasons why and the education behind it, which I've learned since then, but I knew that it impacted people. And that's continued through now launching Element Apothic and really being able to bring products that can continue that level of really making a difference in helping people.
That's awesome. I want to put a pause on that. I want to introduce Mandy and how she came into the space, and then we're going to really mesh into the women and the CBD stuff. So Mandy, please.
Hey girls, hi boys, hi everybody. I also have a long history with the cannabis plant. I probably visited more prisons growing up than theme parks because my dad was the local drug dealer, and he did always have grows in all of our houses. And my mom and dad divorced very early on, so she did not approve of that lifestyle. So I was torn between two lifestyles, the Girl Scout leader and the drug dealer. So I grew up around the plant, and I never was mad about the plant because, like Davina mentioned, the other drugs that I would see going on, the pharmaceuticals or the drinking, I always thought seemed to bring much more problems around than anybody that was smoking a little. They just seemed a lot more calmer. After that, I ended up going into the skincare industry, which I've been an esthetician for 24 years, as of September, 24 years. I've been an esthetician working alongside a very well-known physician. He was much into herbs and plant medicine, and I really got interested probably at the age of 20 into ingredients with plants, using a lot of lavender, rosemary, thyme, geranium, cypress, all the essential oils I'm just extremely passionate about. I mop my floor with essential oils. I diffuse essential oils. I think that they have such a mind, body, spirit effect on us. So skincare to me is like a ritual, and self-care is extremely important. I think it's important teaching young children about self-care because it builds our confidence. And I'm just hoping that with bringing cannabis into my beauty line, Potency number 710, that I'm going to be able to help clear the stigma a little bit and lead people into trying more plant-based products. And I believe a lot of people will start with topicals before that they try the gummy or the edibles or smoking. I believe they'll try those topicals and see a really good result with them, and it will lead them to try other plant-based products as well. And I'm just happy to be here, and we have an amazing gift box going on. I'm sure we'll talk about throughout the day, but there's 3 great brands in that box, and anybody could benefit from this box. It's 3 retail size products, so I'm sure we'll get to that in a little bit.
Well, let's keep going with what you're talking about. For those who don't know, Mandy also is owner or co-owner of a dispensary, but she doesn't manage it. All of her energy is focused on the CBD product or brand of Potency number 710. And I'm interested to know why. Why do you say, you know what, I don't want to focus on that. I only want to focus on this.
Well, I don't think I'm a woman, usually we're pretty patient, but I don't have the patience that my fiance Harry has, that he's had this entire time. He's been in the business for well over 10 years, even before it was medical. And we have 2 dispensaries here in Needles, California, which we are from North Hollywood area. But once they opened up Needles as a place to be able to cultivate on a large scale, we decided that it was a great opportunity. The land was a lot cheaper here. So we're vertically integrated at one of the businesses where he's licensed to do manufacturing, distribution, and retail all under one roof. And it's attached to 100 acres with promises to do lots of other fun things. And then we have a second shop that's a retail shop that is in Needles as well. So there's 4 stores in this little small town, but it's extremely busy. especially since it was deemed essential. Thank God, that's the only thing getting us through this pandemic is cannabis. But it's been extremely busy. It's right off the 95 or right off of a freeway, so it's really busy, and we're thankful for that. But he has a lot more patience than I do, and I just find the beauty side is what I know, and incorporating CBD as an ingredient in the beauty products, what I'm watching it do has just been amazing. That seems like it's a lot more rewarding. I can actually see what CBD and cannabis is doing to people's skin, where he can only hear what people tell him that it's doing to them, that it makes them feel better or it helps them with their pain. But I actually get to watch these transformations, which to me has just been mind blowing to watch what that antioxidant CBD and free radical fighter is actually doing to the skin. And just like Dr. Sandra Carrello mentioned, the endocannabinoid system and how the CB2 is connected to the skin. So it's just with all the omega and everything, all the ingredients in there, it was a no-brainer to stick with the beauty side of things. And this less dealing with the city. That city is just not fun to deal with any of that stuff.
Well, Davina, how about you? Because you came from a completely different background. She and I share the same blood in this capacity. Davina comes from a human resources background, so more people strategies, and then a business consultant. And then why did you decide to make those decisions to transition towards CBD or cannabis?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it really came from as you go through your life and your career, you really start to understand your purpose and your mission. And being in human resources, as you know, initially, I really was able to make an impact on the people that I worked with. And I worked in the internet space and some, many startups, and really was able to help build incredible teams and sometimes saw the successes and obviously sometimes saw the failures of some of those companies. But I really was able to make a difference and studying things and really looking at things from an analytical perspective and in terms of how people could really help generate the business and the things that you can do and how important those leadership positions are in building the foundation. And so then I transitioned into business consulting because I thought instead of just one company, I can help many companies do the same thing, and actually started transitioning more into operations and strategy. But I still was missing my why and what my purpose was. And as I started to really understand also the market and cannabis, like I said, I was involved in a book early on and thought there really is a need to bring a level of professionalism to this space. I think there's a need for women to come into this space. And so I was given the opportunity. My great aunt actually created these incredible line of wellness products to help her suffering from several autoimmune diseases and medical conditions. She was actually growing her own cannabis in her living room, making her own Rick Simpson oil. And those products allowed her to go from being partially bedridden to living. And some of the products had CBD and cannabis, some of them didn't. And she came to me to help her build a website because she wanted to bring her products to more people. And as I started using her products, I already live a life of organic and plant-based. And so I started using those products, and I would actually buy them from friends' parents or give them to friends that were going through things or using them for myself. And the opportunity came to be able to take that business and run with it. And so I thought this is amazing because I have the ability to build teams. I love what this plant can do for people. It can really make an impact on people's lives. And I also have the business acumen to really try to bring the products. She asked me to bring them she goes, can you help me bring my products to the world? So I thought I had the ability to really bring her products to the world. And that served my purpose of why, because I can really help people that deserve better. They deserve clean and safe products. As Mandy said, this plant impacts so many things, and it can really help in the products that you create, whether it's beauty or tinctures. And so it encompasses all of what brought me here. And on top of that, I get to be involved with this plan. So that's why I'm here.
Well, one of the things I actually love, and referencing what Mandy referenced earlier, is we're calling it the 3-brand box with Good For, Potency 710, and Elementopathic. First of all, I hope you all take advantage of it. That is a really good deal. My eye is tearing up. I'm tearing up over this deal. But having said with these great successes, I want to know, as women specifically in this CBD corner, how impactful and what are the successes that you've seen? And I'm going to flip that around and say same thing on challenges. So go ahead. Oh, Mandy. You're muted, Mandy.
I'm here. I just
There
didn't
you
know
go.
which one of us you were talking to.
Both.
I don't let being a woman get in my way. I feel like that I know that I just feel like we're all the same. And I'm not one of those that's like, but I'm a woman and it's this way, or I don't let that be an excuse. I've just always just came full force and just made things happen, no matter if I was a woman or a man or whatever sex them change, whatever they've changed to nowadays, or if I'm Black or white or Chinese. I just have never let that get in my way of challenging me. I know there's not a lot of women in this space, but I feel like in the CBD space, there is a little bit more women than there is in the cannabis space. So I don't know. I've just never let anything really challenge me right up into this. I've just been plowing through pretty nicely, actually, Kim. So I haven't had really any challenges. The only challenges I had in the beginning was the advertising challenges that you have and not being able to make the claims that I'd like to be able to say. You know, feeling like we were selling something like crack online and Amazon had me thinking I was selling some drug, and I'm like, it's a topical serum, you know. You almost felt like the police were going to show up when you launched your website, and you had a little bit of a fear in you, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
how about you, Davina?
Challenge I had in the beginning, but I've never let being. I just think we're all equal. I think everybody's equal. I don't like to divide us into sections, and I just come full force.
Yeah, I completely agree too with what Mandy said. I mean, I think it's just being comfortable in your skin, whether you're man, woman, what your race is. And I know there's inequalities, you know, in cannabis. I experienced it in the internet tech space, but it's just being comfortable with being you and being a leader and being confident in the brand or the company that you're building. I think is important in terms of the challenges as a woman. I think it's just and also being able to be vulnerable. It's something myself that I've been challenged with, because I think kind of starting in the internet tech space, I always had to be very polished and I had to be professional. And now coming into a CPG company and being able to be more vulnerable and being comfortable being out there, and people keep telling me, put your stories on Instagram and on Facebook and LinkedIn. And I think, oh my gosh, what are people going to think about me? They won't see me as this professional position, but it's important to be vulnerable, because you want your customers to see you as a person. You want them to know that they can believe and trust in you. And so that's been one of my challenges. And then, yeah, what Mandy said, you talk to people and they're like, what, you're in the CBD space or cannabis space? And even though it's changing, there's still such a stigma that exists with it, and dealing with banks and having your PayPal account closed and all of the challenges that exist, where you sometimes think, if people really understood the benefits of what we're doing, and it really should be an ingredient in products, and it shouldn't be looked at as this, you know, illegal thing that you're doing. And so that I think that to me, one of the bigger challenges is having to explain myself. Why did you move out of this industry into CBD? What are you doing? What are you thinking? And then having, you know, the banks and all of the other issues that come along with it. But it's just being confident and knowing the industry's changing. There's a lot of successes that are continuing to happen. You know, obviously the House of Representatives and the vote that recently happened. So there's a lot of changes that are happening in the industry. And if we just stick with it and we keep doing better, those challenges are going to start going away.
I remember when I entertained the idea. I didn't enter the industry. I watched the industry for 3 years on LinkedIn because it was emerging. I too was, I think fear-based is really just the best word. I was fear-based on what my clients would say. I had just moved from the corporate side into the independent space. So, you know, now I'm really representing, and I'm representing myself. All of a sudden I'm representing every other person I know. And you know, people associating and disassociating with me, until I finally say, you know, I just need to come out of the cannabis closet. Whether you're a consumer or not, It's just coming out of the closet, owning it, being proud. And it took me 3 years, but I did it.
We're so glad you came out.
And honestly, that has allowed me to just take it all off, so to speak, just put it in full gear and say, this is what I'm doing. This is who I'm representing and where I'm going. I would say that would be the biggest challenge, is staying in the cannabis closet and just being afraid or fear-based, coming out in whatever capacity, support, knowledge base, or having a brand. That was my big challenge, but again, turned it into a success.
We're glad you're here. We're glad you're here, and that you just came out smoking.
Thank you. So let's round this out and talk about one more thing before we promote the 3-brand box. So let's talk about, if you could improve one thing, what would it be and why?
Sorry to interrupt. 5 minutes.
Are we there?
Okay.
5 minutes. There we
Okay.
go.
Improve one thing. Well, that's a deep question. Your questions always make me think really hard. I just want you to know, you just asked one last few days ago, what is our superpower? And I looked at it and had to revisit that same question the next morning, because I was like, what is, and it's good to think of those things. But Davina, can you answer that question faster? Because I need to ponder on this.
I mean, the one thing I just think over and over for the industry is that we can all just continue to do better, that the consumers, that the patients, that the companies out there, partnerships deserve it, and all of the bad press and all of the inaccurate labeling and all of the bad stuff that's coming out hurts us and prevents people from getting into the space, from trying the products. And so we need to all hold ourselves more accountable to do better.
And more education, and educate along the way. Yeah, just more education. That's what I would change, that we had more education.
Absolutely. Education is so key. I was on the phone with my parents. My mom just had spinal surgery, and I was suggesting cannabinoids for some pain relief. And it didn't go that way, but the education did. And at least that's a knock on the door, to a 75-year-old generation.
Yeah.
So I say definitely keep the education going without arrogance. I think that oftentimes we use these big fancy words like endocannabinoid and cannabinoid receptor, and we may be intimate with that knowledge, but there are so many people who aren't, and they're easy to close the door on that simply because they don't understand. So I think that for all of us, as we use whatever platform, product, brand we have, use your voice to have a soft and compassionate educational intention.
Weed for dummies.
There you go. KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I was trying to be nice. That's all the back of the house talk. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cut this short, with the exception of, Mandy, please tell me everyone, what product is in the 3-brand box, and then Davina, you the same, and then Jeff is on here somewhere. There he is, Jeff Ullman.
We're doing we have the Good For pain salve in there. If you don't need this for yourself, I almost bet you have a wife in the kitchen that's cooking or wrapping presents that needs this rubbed on her today. Then we have the Future Face Spa Mask by Potency number 710 with the CBD in there as well, full spectrum. It's a charcoal mask. If you don't need this yourself, somebody that has done something for you, your secretary or somebody this year needs that. Davina's product is the Calm Tincture that's going in the box. We're waiting UPS to bring that. I'm chasing that truck every day like a dog. So we are waiting for that product to throw into the super cute box, wrapped with the marketing tape with all 3 brands on there. And it's $55. Is that what Brad priced that at? $55 for all 3 products. It's an 88% savings. So you're getting 3 retail size products in a box, ready to gift to whoever you want to toss it at or keep for yourself. It's an amazing, amazing promo and a way to try a product. If you haven't tried a product, just go to the Eventbrite link, click it and buy it, and then you're going to love it. I
And,
promise.
and lastly, congratulations, Davina, on your grand opening.
Yes.
Her products are officially for public consumption.
Yes, we're so excited. It's been a long road, but we're really excited that people can go on our site and buy our products and really start using them for better.
Davina, what's your website? Do you want to tell it real quick too?
Yeah, I'll type it also in the chat. But thank you, Mandy. It's elementapothec.com, and I'll type it in the chat for everyone.
And mine's potency710.com, and Good For is on here somewhere. I'm thinking Jeff is probably good. Does anybody know what goodfor.com? Doesn't matter what our websites are. Just go click on the box. You're going to get all 3 products that has all of our information in there.
Thank you all for your time, and good luck on your pitches.
Thanks.
That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. And Brad, you need to do more of those. That was really, really interesting. Anyways, moving on. Cannabis banking panel moderator for today is Tyler Burrowline. Tyler Burrowline, Chief Revenue Officer for Hypers. Hypers is a US-based financial tech company providing banking and payment solutions for cash-intensive industries such as cannabis, CBD, and money services. And man, we could really use your services in Colombia. As Chief Revenue Officer, Tyler builds brands, manages key relationships, and strategic partnerships. For over 5 years, Tyler has pioneered Hyper's expansion efforts, networking with financial institutions, government officials, regulatory bodies, and major commercial cannabis entities. He possesses an intricate knowledge of the banking and regulatory climate, key industry influencers, industry dynamics, and market history. He has also become a key contact for media outlets, analytics companies, industry consultants, and investment firms searching for reliable, accurate sources of industry information. Tyler's contacts and relationships in the US state legal cannabis industry are unparalleled. As a result of his influential value, he was selected to be chairman of the National Cannabis Industry Association Banking and Financial Services Committee. He's also a member of the Forbes Business Development Council, frequently publishing articles about the banking and payment environment in the cannabis sector. And yes, I've read some of your articles. Great content. And Tyler founded and managed a large beverage company prior to joining the Hyper team and was a professional athlete in New York Mets Association. Imagine all of that and a professional athlete too. God, Tyler, if I was a female, I would want to have your baby. So, without further ado, Mr. Tyler Berlin, please take it away.
Thanks so much, John. I really appreciate the intro, and thank you for having me. I've been very fortunate to be on the front lines of this space for a long time now. And as we all jokingly refer to it as dog years in the cannabis space. So I think I'm creeping up near 50 at this point in cannabis years. But we've lived this world. We've been on the front lines of it in a unique way, and we've gotten to know most in the industry. And I've had the good fortune to meet both Michael Newman and Ron New, who are the panelists here. I think they've done some really innovative things for the industry, and very excited to interview them and let them share how they're doing what they're doing and kind of where they're going and how that's going to benefit the industry. So Michael and Ron, if you'd like to introduce yourselves real quick, I think that'd be great background.
And Michael, you're muted.
There we go.
There you go.
It's Michael Newman. I'm the founder of Worth Street. And very brief history because we don't have a lot of time, but I had an idea of a way where smaller banks that were serving the cannabis industry could expand their ability to accept deposits without creating additional risk to them or risk to the financial system. So I partnered up with a bank, actually through one of Tyler's introductions. And with that bank, we went to regulators and proposed our business plan to accept this range of deposits. Regulators accepted that, and we went into business. It only took us a year to craft the legal agreements to be able to do that. And then we've taken that basis and moved into using the exact same structures with the regulators' approval, ways to allow a small bank to be able to do $100 million volume size of transactions, again, where it doesn't create additional risk to the bank, and it makes the bank more profitable, and it serves the financial interests of the government regulators. So that's my quick background.
Okay, I'll jump in here. So I'm Ron New. Joined the company a little over a year ago. Career background in capital markets, embarrassing to say, over 25 years. Coming over to Worth Street, I would describe Worth Street, we are creative problem solvers. And listening to the prior speakers and looking at the chat, there's a lot of conversation about the role of passion in this industry. And that's what makes it fun to be involved in. We're passionate problem solvers, and our background is finance. So we saw cannabis as an opportunity to put those problem-solving skills to work and address those friction points, first with a scalable banking solution, and then we've pivoted over, and we've been, the bigger challenge has been addressing how to get lending into the cannabis industry, because the same problems that impact banking are very similar to the same problems that impact lending. So when I think about who Worth Street is, I look at a comparison to Silicon Valley Bank. If you're in the tech space, you've probably heard of them. They were founded in the 80s. Their role first was to gather the deposits of all the tech firms that were getting funding from the VC and the private equity space, and then they started creating additional solutions to service that space. That's what we've been doing at Worth Street.
It's great. So guys, I know that this has been mentioned previously on this webinar, and I guess we'll just hop right into it. What have been the biggest hindrances to banking in the cannabis industry?
Ron, let me take this and turn it over to you right after. I date back into this industry as a user in college in the 1970s. My favorite product was Jamaican Blue Mountain Ganja, and I was following after what Robert Mitchum had done, which is enjoying doobies throughout Hollywood. You could have a press agent get you out of trouble back then until Richard Nixon came along. Richard Nixon made cannabis a Class 1 substance, and it wasn't because he was particularly against cannabis, but he wanted to use it as a way to bring felony charges against Vietnam War protesters. So it's with that cannabis prohibition perspective that we've all operated, and this has begun to change with the expansion of statewide cannabis legality, and I guess we're now in 36 states. But that still leaves this stigma or a taint with regard to banking, because the problem is that the heart behind banking has to be its board of directors and how it serves its clients, and they have to make sure that they're not exposed to BSA and AML, this Bank Secrecy Act, and any money laundering screening issues relative to all the deposits that are coming into their banks, and they have to be concerned also about having too high levels of deposits in that industry. If something goes sideways, the banks are severely penalized, but so are the actual board of directors members of the banks. So they're very loath to take on too much risk. So that's been the heart of the problem in banking, and that's why it's been basically focused largely on credit unions and state chartered banks.
Yeah, I'll interject. Michael touched on it, but the panel before us, the ladies who were speaking, even though largely what they're dealing with is CBD, they've faced the stigma, pushback from the Amazons of the world, pushback from the PayPals of the world, and as Michael just pointed out, what a lot of people don't realize and what makes banks so cautious is, one, civil liability of the directors and officers level. But it was a bank president that told me, he says, whatever level of stigma exists in the populace, and obviously after the last election, it's clearly not a broad issue. Whether you're a red state or a blue state, legality is pushing through, and we have the majority of states that do have some form of legality. However, whatever level of stigma resists or continues, this bank president says, multiply it by at least a factor of 2 when you get to the board level of banks. So stigma is certainly probably the biggest obstacle, aside from the level of regulatory and compliance, which, Tyler, you probably know better than anybody, because that's the role of Hyper.
Well, and to just kind of piggyback off that, one thing that people don't realize is regulators have never been given guidance either. So they were learning with the banks and credit unions trying to bank this industry. And as you can imagine, if you're a regulatory body and you're trying to examine a bank banking the industry without any guidance of how to do so, they've had to learn as well, and that's been a very challenging thing. One other thing I'll just add as well: the risk to the officers cannot be covered by the insurance policies of those financial institutions. So if I'm a chief compliance officer and I do something wrong and a civil money penalty is imposed on me personally, that's something I have to deal with outside of the insurance policy. So guys, that being said, what are the challenges of banking and lending in the cannabis industry?
I guess I'll dive in, Ron, and you follow. There's a whole host of regulators. There's state, federal, OCC, Federal Reserve, and they all protect the integrity of the financial system. The FDIC insurance is absolutely critical for people to put deposits in their banks, and the FDIC has its own set of regulators. And the banks are the watchdogs for the regulators. They're the gatekeepers. And if the banks fail in their role at being gatekeepers, as Tyler was just suggesting, severe disciplinary action. And the last thing in the world that any of these bankers wants with a failure as a gatekeeper doing this BSA and AML compliance, they don't want the guys with the black jackets with white letters all over them coming in to pay them a visit. It's the last thing in the world they want. So this places the bank in a place where it has to be able to make money in the cannabis industry, servicing them. And it's not the same as banking a typical client, where it's more of a commodity-based service. It requires a very specialized set of skills to provide that kind of oversight.
All right, then I'll piggyback on that. So when you're looking at banking the cannabis industry, obviously, first thing is the concern is protecting the integrity of the U.S. financial system. And because there's such a high level of cash that goes through the cannabis industry, and Tyler, you might be able to interject here. I know Hyper's done some research that shows that even once we get to the point where you don't have to do an end around to use a credit card, there's still going to be a high percentage of people that are going to prefer to pay with cash. So anytime where you've got a high cash environment, there is the huge risk of money laundering, which when Michael refers to BSA and AML, that's the Bank Secrecy Act, which I believe is of 71, which is specific to money laundering, and then AML is anti-money laundering. That's the role of the bank in terms of protecting the financial system. So the desire is to make sure all funds moving back and forth are subject to screening. When it comes to lending, then you have a whole other host of issues, because taking deposits is probably, as long as you've got that BSA AML component, that's a manageable thing as long as your volume's not too high. If your volume starts to get higher, well, then there's the greater risk of mistakes. And then it goes back to what Tyler is saying, the errors and omissions policy at a bank for their directors and officers does not cover the civil penalties they could be subject to. That's why banks are so reticent to do this. And this is why, even if we get to a point of legality, the compliance and regulatory burden is going to still be there. When it comes to lending to the industry, well, then there's a whole other set of issues there, because now the bank's not just taking the deposits. Banks, theoretically, the ones that have a dedicated program, arguably could be making loans, and probably more of them should. But because we're dealing with state chartered financial institutions, because we're dealing with a piecemeal deconstruction of prohibition, it's state by state, and that's why you're only dealing with state chartered financial institutions. They tend to be smaller in size, which means the loans that they can potentially make are not that large. You're probably looking at ideally a sweet spot of around $2 million to $5 million per loan. When a grow costs $10 million or more, that doesn't really work. And then there's the whole issue of the fact that while this is a very rapidly growing and fragmented industry, it is an industry where a lot of the players out there aren't really making that much money. And we could, you could do a whole other panel on the issues, 280E and what have you. So then you get into the underwriting characteristics, and I'll turn it over to either Tyler if you have another question, or Michael if you wanted to address how we've approached the issue of lending.
Yeah, just a couple of things, Ron, and then I think we'll pivot to another question. The industry needs to realize that there are a myriad of industries that dwarf cannabis from a volume perspective that have been shut out of the banking system because they're cash intensive by nature. And so this is not, as much as it is a federal illegality problem, it's also just as much a cash intensive business problem, and that will not change upon federal legality. Two other things real quick. The SAFE Act will not bring the branded card networks into this space, contrary to what's stated in the media in many cases. So it doesn't change the federal legal status of the product. The branded card networks will not enter until this is federally legal, period, end of story. So those are all things that, again, I think it's important for the industry to understand. So next question, who's really banking the industry? I mean, we see the FinCEN reports. I see stories all the time that there's 700 plus institutions banking this. And of those institutions, can they provide a full suite of products to the cannabis industry that's going to help them succeed?
I'll start off, Ron, and then dive in. Less than 10% of those banks that are filing suspicious activity reports, which they have to file periodically to the U.S. Treasury, are actually full service cannabis banks. A lot of the suspicious activity reports that are filed in the banking systems are letting the Treasury know that the bank has become aware that there are cannabis businesses that are trying to run deposits to their bank, and the bank is not really focused on being a full service cannabis banking provider. You really need, in order to be one of those banks, you need to make use of the suite of services that somebody like Hyper provides. To successfully do it, you need fintech and regtech software platforms to provide the granularity that, believe it or not, the regulators are now seeking. You used to be able to do this with manual systems, but as this whole business has gone multi-state, it's not possible to be able to do this anymore the old mom and pop way in the community banks manually. So you need to validate every customer, you need to track cash transactions, you have to provide accountability for every dollar in or out of the MRB bank's deposit account. And that gets right into the next realm that Tyler was talking about, and that is how do you do debit card type payments that banks want to be able to do, because they want to take cash out of the system. They very much want to move towards a system where you can use some form of a smart app and a cell phone to be able to validate the customer and then move the money directly from that customer's account into the MRB bank's merchant account through a processing system. And that's what one of the solutions that Hyper does provide. So that's the basic oversight in terms of the volume of banking in the cannabis industry. It's, even though it seems like everybody's banked for the most part today, it's not something that's necessarily easy to do.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in there. So when you're looking at who's banking it, again, you're dealing with state chartered institutions, which your banks, think of a community bank or a credit union. They tend to be smaller in size. Typically, on a quarterly basis, you'll see roughly 700 institutions that are filing those suspicious activity reports. As Michael said, the belief of those in the know is that there's probably fewer than 10%. So out of the entire country, you probably have fewer than 100 banks that are actively banking this, that actually have a program. Then when it comes to lending, well, then that becomes a whole other issue, because then you get into the whole thing of what do banks like to do? They don't like to make risky loans. To bank an industry, to lend to an industry, you have to understand the industry, you have to understand the culture, you have to understand the users, and frankly, the majority of banks don't really grasp that. They're still in a learning process, and they're still trying to get comfortable just with the idea of taking deposits. So what we've done in terms of trying to address that issue, we created what's called an institutionally funded direct lending vehicle. And frankly, that's what we're in the process of securing funding for. So we look at things on a cash flow basis. We look at the companies that have good management. We look at the companies that are profitable, that have free cash flow. We underwrite based off of that. And then we turn around and we try to size that loan out. And most importantly is we have a partner bank. We have what we've called a reciprocal service agreement. Michael and the lawyer spent the better part of a year working on that. It sounds easy, but it was a highly complex document that had to be put together. But we've done that and inserted a bank into our direct lending facility so that the issues that are of concern to the regulators is protecting the integrity of the U.S. financial system. So we have a bank that's acting as our servicer and administrator that is watching and doing those BSA, AML duties back and forth. And they've also incorporated the Hyper platform to give them the ability to do it at scale.
That's great, Ron. And I guess you kind of touched on it, but
Gentlemen, 5 minutes.
yeah, how do you lend to the industry? Okay, if you're not a bank, and is there a better way today? I mean, can you talk about kind of the differences? And I know many of these guys have gone out, they've had to take loans out with private money lenders to buy property, you know, at 20% interest only rates, because they had to own the property to operate in it. And what many people don't realize is if I'm a cannabis operator and I go to lease a retail location in a limited license market, but the owner of that retail location has a bank note on that property, there is language in that bank note that prohibits him from leasing to a federally illegal operator. So as the liquidity markets dried up, many of these MSOs have frantically been looking for cheaper money. So if you could just talk about, again, specifically the product and how you guys are doing what you're doing, I think it'd be very valuable.
I'll start out, Ron, and then maybe you can dive into the capital market side of this. There have been various sources of funding the cannabis industry, which we've all observed over the last couple of years. Cash, stock, for acquisitions, for roll-ups and so forth. And there've been problems along the way that just, those solutions don't scale. So what Ron and I came up with was making use of this MRB bank partner through the reciprocal services agreement. They become the loan servicer and the administrator. They give the institutional investor comfort that the institutional investor is not going to be exposed to the BSA and AML risks for lack of compliance. What that allows us to do is go to a bank, let's say it's only $100 or $150 million in total assets. We can go out and put a $50 million loan out to a cannabis company, and the funding would come from an institutional investor. The institutional investor is taking on the credit risk, but the institutional investor is getting much higher yield than he would get, and yet the metrics on that loan are of investment grade quality. So let me turn this quickly over to Ron, because we're running out of time, and talk a little bit more about that, because I think we've done something that's unique that lets institutional investors come in without the exposures to the cannabis industry that they're concerned about.
Okay, so I'll jump in here, and part of the audience, this may get a little higher level in terms of the finance side. Feel free to ping us separately if you'd like to explore the conversation more. But in short, if I'm an institutional investor typically you want to be as close to the money as possible. So what we've done, and it's basically called being at the top of the waterfall, is the money's coming in. Michael has a background in entertainment finance. That was a role in how we created the structure. I have a background in securitization. That was a role in creating the structure. We approach this trying to come up with a means of a product that is functional for the borrower, the cannabis company, and a product that addresses the risks and concerns for the potential institutional lender investor. So top of the waterfall, we've created an amortizing product. So what our base structure is a loan that is a 10-year amortization with a 4-year balloon. Coupons, we're trying to, don't have enough time to get into the analysis, but part of being a trader is you look at the broader capital market system and do a comparative analysis as to what the other options and competing products are out there. Cannabis, as everybody knows, historically you've been stuck to either using cash, using stock as a proxy for cash if you're a public company, or you've been left to the hard asset lenders, as Tyler mentioned. You're doing well if you can get financing at 15%, but we've seen balance sheets routinely where we're seeing the loans that are at 20% and well above there. It's the loan to own. We've created a structure that aligns interests. We underwrite based off of cash flow, and we've addressed the issues, and most importantly, we've incorporated a bank to address those risk issues from a regulatory standpoint, which is making sure that the money is validated going both ways.
Ron, fortunately, we have to leave it at that. For me, that was a riveting conversation. I'm not kidding. I was an AML compliance officer for a major financial institution in a past life. So anyways, thank you very much. It was excellent, excellent discussion. I really wish I could sit down with you guys and spend hours because what you have is amazing. Anyways, moving on. Sorry, go ahead, please.
I said, give us a call.
I will be, actually. I will. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Now on to our fireside chat. As part of the Cannabis Investment Forum tradition of hosting well-known celebrities such as Jim Belushi and Cheech Marin, I'm proud to announce Anthony Henderson, AKA Crazy Bone, co-founder and president, Leaves of Legend. Anthony Henderson, better known as Crazy Bone, is an American rapper, singer, producer, and entrepreneur. He is most famously known as a member of the legendary Bone Thugs and Harmony, who've sold over 50 million records worldwide. Crazy Bone has been a long-time advocate of cannabis legalization and has shaped cannabis culture through music for decades. He recently co-founded Leaves of Legend, a premium cannabis company that focuses on creating a positive impact in the community. Crazy Bone and Leaves of Legend, for example, fund scholarships at the Cleveland School of Cannabis, where the focus is to provide local residents with career opportunities in the emerging industry. I mean, I really like that. That's amazing, getting on the ground and actually doing something versus beating our gums and talking about it. So anyways, without further ado, let's all welcome Crazy Bone.
Hello.
Hi, Crazy Bone. By the way, Mr. Anthony Henderson, how would you like to be addressed?
It's cool. Crazy Bone is cool.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Great. So let's start off with, would you mind just telling us about your music career for those of us that have never heard of you?
Yeah, well, I come from a group called Bone Thugs and Harmony. We've been in the music business for over 25 years. Grammy Award winning group, American Music Award winning group, MTV Awards. We were discovered by the late great Eazy-E from the group NWA in 1994. So we've had a hell of a run. It's been a roller coaster of a career, but it's been fun, and we've learned and experienced a lot of things. Definitely.
So, why did you decide to start your own cannabis brand?
Well, just like I mentioned, I'm in the group Bone Thugs and Harmony, and if people out there are familiar with our music, we've always been advocates for cannabis even before it was legal. So it was it was an it was inevitable. You know, Bone Thugs and Harmony, we we are that group that helped to merge the two cultures, cannabis and music. So it was only right. You know, I feel like it was only right. And we've always been into cannabis ever since we were teenagers, back when it was illegal and everybody shunned it. So when I noticed when I when I noticed that the industry was taking a turn, I was like, it's only right that we play a part in that. You know, we've been knowing about cannabis and some of the health benefits, and we weren't even doctors, just by experimenting with it, you know. And but you know, we had to experience it on the other side of the law. So once we saw the legalization of it, you know, I said to myself, it's a must that we have a strong hand in this, because we had a lot to do with, again, merging the two cultures. So I feel like this is supposed to be some of ours. You know, we paid many dues for being advocates of cannabis before it was legal and bringing it to the mainstream. And you know, I feel like we need to be a part of that. And a lot of people smoke their first joint or blunt to a Bone Thugs and Harmony song anyway. So it's only right. It's only right.
Got it. Understood. Wow. Actually, after this is all over, I'm looking up to sparking up a bowl and listening to your tunes, giving my right brain a nice exercise and doing some lateral thinking.
Yes,
Speaking
indeed. You need to.
Speaking
Yeah.
hypothetically, of course, guys live in Panama and they're still not civilized here when it comes to this sort of thing.
Okay.
But
okay.
someday we keep
Yeah.
trying.
Yes,
So-
it'll happen.
I hope so. I really do. So tell us about your products. You know, tell us what you're launching. Tell us what you're actually providing.
Well, the products we have are, you know, we're launching a flower. It's a premium flower. It's I have some of the logistics written down. We sell like 1A flower jars. We have an amazing OG lineage, the San Fernando Valley window. From Safe is 28.9% to 32% THC testing. So it's up there. You know what I'm saying? Very, very good. It's grown hydroponically indoors. So like we're looking to like really expand and like, you know, like right now we're in the SoCal region. We're looking to move up north in early 2021, as well as doing like one or two out of state deals. But it's getting really good reviews right now. So we're on the move with it. I'm looking to make it a very high scale brand,
Mhm.
you know, premium, classy, bring something different to the cannabis industry, you know.
Yeah, I love that approach. I think premium brands is where the margins are going to be, but also for some of us, that's what we want, right? You know, the ditch weed, that's the past, you know.
Yes.
Hopefully we can toss that in the rear view mirror. I mean, I still remember the days of gas weed, you know, and how we suffered in the 70s. But anyways, I'll spare you those stories.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you get it. You get it. You know where I'm coming from.
Definitely.
So, do you have a favorite product? I just find your line interesting. You're talking about your OG. Is there anything in particular that you really like smoking on and you think is really good that your customers are going to like?
Oh yeah, our 99 OG, 99 OG, you know, and we're going to come with different strands. All of our strands are going to be, you know, different song titles named after different song titles that we had. So 99 OG is it's great. And you know what I'm saying? I don't like to toot my own horn, but beep beep, it's good. It's good. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm looking at no, but that's awesome. I'm glad you. Good for you. This is your opportunity to talk your book, and I'm certainly, if I was in California, I know where I'd be going, what I'd be buying. But anyways,
yes.
I'm here in sunny Panama.
Yeah.
Maybe one day, you know. So,
Yes.
you know what? There's a lot of questions I really love to ask you, right? How did you pick your business partners? I mean, are they all band members, or did you choose other people? Like, how did you go about deciding that, okay, I want to do this, we want to launch this, we want to make a statement, right? How did you pick your business partners? And some of the entrepreneurs in the audience would enjoy hearing about this.
Yeah, well, I had to learn a lot because, you know, when I first decided to really get involved seriously with this, you know, I had a bad experience with some of the people that I was partners with at the time.
Sure.
And it just didn't work out the way I envisioned it. So, and I learned not only did I need to learn more, but I also saw that they didn't know as much as they said they knew. So, the partnership that I have now, they're much more in tune with the business. And the bottom line is they were who they said they were, so the visions and the goals between us, they align very well, and everybody has a common goal. So this partnership is a much better situation, but yet and still it has been hard. We've had many challenges, especially in this COVID season. We've had to overcome a lot of obstacles, and we've had to just deal and adapt to these crazy times. But being able to sit down and work through it all, and nobody's emotions is involved, and being able to come to a reasonable agreement on whatever the situation is, has been one of our strong points. So that's why we've been very successful. And that's very important, that you can have partners that you can lean on and actually know the business. And, like things that you don't know, you can lean on them, and things they don't know, they can lean on me. So it works hand in hand. It has to work hand in hand.
That's one of the hardest things, finding good partners. I mean, a good management team, I'll take an A management team and a B business plan over an A business plan and B team anytime. So, and you as a musician who has achieved many high awards, you understand what excellence means. You know exactly where I'm coming from. So finding people at your functioning your level can be a real challenge. So
exactly.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. Good stuff. So I want to know a little bit about your future plans for Leaves of Legend. For example, maybe you could tell us a little bit of what kind of growth you think you might see in 2021 and 2022. We could start with that.
Well, in 2021, we envision getting up to 50 retailers throughout the state, and and like I said, at least one or two more out of state deals. We're looking to do, with this brand, we're looking to do more collaborations with more legends that resonate with the brand. That support the cannabis culture. We're trying to go out and get other legendary people, whether they're sports figures, into music and Hollywood. We're trying to get those people to come and do a strand with us to just make the brand bigger, and take it to that level of a real legendary brand, by having all these legends involved. And also just we're doing the collab with Cookies. We're expected to be in their stores very, very soon. So we're just taking it slowly but surely, because I'm not in a rush to fail. So we're taking it step by step, and like just trying to do it right, and hopefully be one of the leading cannabis brands out in the very near future.
I think you will be one of those, actually.
Yes, indeed.
What would you say are your current needs? Like, what are the things that keep you awake at night, for example, with your business, that you feel you need to get in order to keep growing, to keep functioning?
Well, we have the product. We got the product. We have great branding. We're currently right now fundraising to expand marketing and production outreach. Like to really get out there more. Looking to get future collaborations, like I said, and we're looking to range, anywhere from like 150K just to support our inventory and marketing needs for Leagues of Legend. So that's just some of the things we need, to really and it's not even really that much, because we feel like our product speaks for itself. It speaks volumes. It's very loud. You know what I'm saying? So, that's what we're looking for right now.
If you were to do it over again, would you launch in the same way? Would you do it a little differently? What would you say to some of the people who are listening right now, who would love to be able to learn from an experienced guy like you how to do things? What would you say are the key success factors that you need to be successful in your business? What do you really need to be good at to do well? And product, of course, is one thing, but there's more to it than just product, because I also think you need a team. But I'd love to hear what your perspective is.
Yeah, well, for somebody like, you first of all, you have to be educated in anything you're thinking about venturing into. You know what I'm saying? You have to have the the education. You have to have an understanding as to what it's going to take, you know, to be successful, because it's a lot of work, you know, and you have to be up for the task. So you have to educate yourselves. And like I was saying earlier, you have to get involved in aligning yourself with the right people that know just as much as you do, or even more. I love people that know more than me, because I love to learn different things. So, you know, that's key. And just having trust in your team, and, you know, just man, just believing in what you're doing. Just having the faith and believing what you're doing. Like I said, this is something that I feel like we should have been involved in from the jump. So I have a lot of faith in what I'm doing. And like I said, the key thing is the education. I preach education to everybody in whatever you do, whether it's music or cannabis, or whatever you're trying to do, you have to be educated about it. It's very, very important. And me, myself, you know, I resonate with I resonate and I'm in tune with the cannabis culture, because we come from that. So, you know, it was very easy for me to transition over into it. So that's another thing, you know, you have to know about this. You can't just jump in it because you smoked a few blunts in your time, and thinking, you know, thinking you can like really be in this business, because it's way more. It's way more than just that.
Lots of practical wisdom there. Seriously, that's great stuff. One of the things I noticed when I was doing a little bit of research on you guys, I noticed that you do some really interesting things in the community, and I really like that. And so, could you please tell us a little bit about some of your community initiatives? You could start with the Cleveland School, but just tell us about some of the things you're doing, the way you're giving back. I think that's really important, because as entrepreneurs, we have to give back to the community.
Yes, indeed. The Cleveland School of Cannabis, you know, this is an academy, a cannabis academy, and what they do is they educate the people from the community, particularly minorities, and they educate them in the cannabis, in the cannabis industry, about the industry. And, you know, they reveal to them all the different aspects and all the different levels of the industry. It's not just smoking weed, not just selling cannabis, or, you know, it's many different levels to it. So what they do is they teach them this, and they certify them, whether they want to be growers, you know, cultivators, or own dispensaries, or go work for somebody else. You know, once they graduate from this academy, they will have all the tools and skills that they need to be certified to go and do that in whatever they would like to do. So what I did, I partnered with them, and I became the ambassador of the school, and I started a scholarship program. And what I did was I went and, you know, we picked certain people to be enrolled to get the scholarship, and we pay for them to go to the school and to learn about it if they really want to learn about the industry. We just enrolled our first student last month, so it's going really good. You know, she's learning a lot, and it's a really good program, and we're looking to continue that and make it bigger as it becomes more successful. Definitely. And, you know, with my nonprofit organization, Spread the Love, along with Lee's a Legend, you know, we're giving back. You know, we're helping people that, you know, is coming out of the correctional institutions. They have went down for, you know, like cannabis. We're helping them get back on track and do certain things, and, you know, like possibly getting them jobs within the industry legally, the right way. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been penalized for this, for smoking cannabis and indulging in it for so long. That's another reason I feel like it's only right for us to have a share in this, because we've been penalized for it, and now everything is all great. So we have to have a hand in that, because we helped create this culture and make it as popular as it is today. So that's basically what we're doing.
Oh, that's so well said. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about your not-for-profit?
Yes, nonprofit. It's called Spread the Love. We have actually two camps, one based in California and one in Ohio. And yeah, it's something I wanted to do, man. You know, to just give back to the youth in the community, and, you know, like start certain like food programs and clothes program to help the homeless and things like that. So like, we've been like planning this for a while, so we just executing everything, and it's been going very well so far. So blessed.
Really glad to hear that. And yes, we all are blessed, and that's great work. So, I'm going to be wrapping this up soon, but there's something I would really like to ask you, and that is today, Crazy Bone, if you were going to have a conversation with your 20-year-old self, what advice would you give to your 20-year-old self today?
Oh,
What would you
man.
say you should do different? And how would you say that this could help you with cannabis?
What I would say to my 20-year-old self, I would just tell myself, I would tell myself that the things that you think are important right now at this time, they're not going to be that important in 20 more years. You know what I'm saying? So take the things that really matter, that's going to really benefit you, and that's what you concentrate on. Leave everything else alone, like because it's going to take you through some obstacles that you don't want to go through. And you're not going to like them. So that's what I would go back and tell my 20-year-old self, and just like slow down a little bit, and just listen a little more, and you'll be all right. Basically. I wish I could go back and say that too, for real.
Believe me, I wish I could say that to my 20-year-old self, but knowing my 20-year-old self, I sure as hell wouldn't have listened. But
me either.
But as somebody who is an influencer, an opinion leader, what you have to say matters, and these words go out into the ether, and people listen, and that's good. And it'll make changes and ripple back. So that's wonderful.
Definitely.
So I'd like to wrap up just by saying, is there anything that you would like to say or anything you'd like to add? Is there anything that I missed? Anything you feel you'd like to comment on? Please go ahead and share in any way you feel appropriate.
Man, no, I just want to, just want to thank everybody for supporting me in all my endeavors, whether it be music, cannabis, like whatever I've done, I've been getting great support. And man, I just want everybody to look out for the Leaves of Legend, try it. It's, we're in a few locations, you know what I'm saying? And hold on, I can read those locations off real quick just so everybody know where they can get it from. Like I said, we doing a partnership with Cookies at the top of 2021. We're currently in 8 retailers and about to be, flagship for us, Cookies. The current retailers are DTPG, Litco, Long Beach Wellness, High Note Cover, City, and East LA, Empire Connect, Empire Twin Palms, and The Vote. We're looking to get into more. And like I said, thanks everybody that's been supportive of what I've been trying to do, man. And blessings to everybody out there. And man, thank you for having me.
Wow, couldn't have put it better myself. We do have 1 minute. Mandy, did you want to ask a question? Sorry, you're on mute.
I was putting up a peace sign, but I actually was at Crazy Bone's house this time last year. He did a launch party and had the girl in the bubble in the pool, and they were painting the girls and the music, and the product looked great. It was an amazing party, and the medicine was good. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate it. That was a great launch party.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
That's great. Well, I'm going to wrap it up now, Crazy One. But I just want to say that for me, this is the first time I've ever interviewed a rap star. I come from a corporate weasel background, and I'm used to dealing with other types like myself. But this is a real pleasure chatting with you. And
thank you, man. I enjoyed myself.
I'm going to tune in on your music, and I'm going to make sure it's a big bowl.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. You got to. It's only right. For real.
Anyways, thank you so much. And with that, I'm now going to be moving on, and I have a special announcement. Before that announcement, I want to thank all the speakers for doing a great job today. Before we start the investor pitch competition, however, I want to make a special announcement. We have a super VIP gift box offer with products by Good4, Element Apothec, and Potency 710. For only $50, you get an average 88% savings off the regular retail prices. You can find the link to purchase the gift box on the homepage of the Cannabis Investing Forum. That's www.cannabisinvestingforum.com. I'll repeat that, www.cannabisinvestingforum.com. And I encourage everybody in the webinar audience to support these startups, support these entrepreneurs, try their products, just see what they're like. And really, it's a wonderful holiday gift, and you really are getting a good deal on this. So something you should consider. So let's move on again. Investor pitch competition. Now we are going to start the investor pitch competition, and I want to introduce our moderator, Mr. Joseph Chicas. Joseph Chicas is a proven cannabis strategist that guides emerging cannabis companies through licensing, real estate acquisition, and growth strategies. He's currently the founder and CEO of Cannabis Venture Partners and heads up strategic relations for the Leaves of Legend cannabis brand. He's a part owner in multiple cannabis licenses in California, from delivery to cultivation to retail. Joseph is also a business strategist for Noogle Media, where he publishes articles and content to support cannabis entrepreneurs. He once served as the executive director of the Cannabis Advising Partners when it was a top cannabis advising firm in California. Joseph is a former policy professor from the University of Southern California, where he taught government relations and policy analysis, which are essential tools to excel in the cannabis regulatory landscape. And as a sidebar, speaking from my own, prescribing out of my own autobiography, the single greatest risk I ever made was investing in the cannabis sector, was underestimating cannabis regulatory risk. I thought I had a good grasp of the challenges, and hundreds of thousands of dollars later, I was wrong. So for anyone listening, you really need a Joseph in your corner. Anyways, back to his bio. Earlier in his career, Joseph served as an advisor to Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti on economic development issues, specifically veteran affairs and small business. He obtained his BA from UCLA, I heard of that place, and his master's degree from USC. You know, I just got to say, Brad, that you've done a great job of attracting top shelf talent. This is the best event I've ever had the pleasure to attend. And guys like Joseph, for example, Crazy Bone and the others, they're just wonderful. So anyways, Mr. Joseph Chicas, please take it away.
All right, all right. Thanks, John. Really appreciate it. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep, sound is good.
All right. Okay, very good, very good. Thanks, John, doing a great job. And thanks again to Crazy Bone for coming out and sharing those thoughts. And to all of our wonderful speakers that have come on, truly an amazing program, just echoing on your point, John. So, all right, very, very exciting. We have the investor pitch competition, which is coming up. Again, I want to welcome everyone tuning in from around the world. We're really excited to come together. We have 8 experienced judges who are joining us today. They're going to introduce themselves very shortly. And we're going to talk about and learn from some companies today. We're going to hear from 8 different companies. And actually, it was quite a competitive process to come in. About 50 different companies applied to join the investor pitch competition. And out of those, we have 8 that were selected to present today. So it's going to be a very exciting time. We've assembled a great cross-section of companies that will be presenting today. So I'm going to go through some of how this is all formatted because there's a lot of kind of details to it. So I want to lay it all out so that everyone kind of buckles down and kind of sees what's coming up and can basically flow with the program alongside us. So essentially the investor pitch competition will be approximately 2 hours. And our goals are to educate investors about cannabis, CBD, and hemp investment opportunities, and also connect companies from different industry sectors who are seeking additional growth capital and in the hunt for new investors and sources of capital. Today, we will watch 8 innovative companies present their investment opportunity to a panel of experienced investor judges that are seeking investment opportunities, and again, selected from over 50 companies. At the end of the 8 presentations, we will learn which company the investor judges like and if they are motivated to invest. So yes, because it's all about investment, especially going into the new year. So here's the schedule. From 105, which we're a little bit early, but essentially from 105 to 120, we're going to do introductions of investor judges. So we're a little bit early, so that's great. Then right after that, we will have, after each judge introduces themselves for 1 minute, we will have each company do a presentation and a Q&A. We will then have a voting by investor judges. And then guess what? You as an audience member, you also get to vote as well and have a chance to weigh in on what you thought of the presentations too. Each judge will get 1 vote for 1 company and tell us why they selected their choice. At the end, I'll add up all the votes and come up with the total. And the company that has the most individual judges votes will be the overall winner of the investor pitch competition at the Cannabis Investing Forum. We will announce the investor judges and audience winners. So right after that should take about an hour, probably a little bit over an hour. And then actually, we're going to have some closing announcements from John. So I'll hand the mic back to him. And then we're going to open it up for networking. And that's probably going to be between 3:20 and 4:30. We're going to host Zoom networking. I don't know if you've ever done it. Brad says it's cool. So everyone just hang tight, because that's really when we're going to be able to exchange contact information and get, just hang out for a bit, right? I know we can't do this in person, so it might be a little weird, but I promise you it'll be worth your time. So stick around. All right, so just a couple other items to cover. First, for audience members, if you want to submit a question, please use the chat button at the bottom of your screen, and please make sure that you are chatting with all panelists and attendees. So make sure that feature is clicked on. After the final presentation, the webinar audience will be presented with a pop-up window. So a pop-up window is going to come up, and you'll be able to put your vote for the company that you want to vote for in that pop-up window. And then to presenting companies and speakers, I will work to bring you questions from the audience. So don't worry about that. We also recommend that you monitor the chat to answer questions directed at you. And I've already seen there's a lot of really good activity that's happening in that chat, a lot of really good networking. I probably saw a couple deals already happening. I think I put together a deal, earlier as well. So, hey, it's all good. It's a lot of fun happening on that chat. So please tap in. And so as a reminder, you do have access to the presenting companies and investor judges information and their contact information at the Cannabis Investing Forum website at www.cannabisinvestingforum.com. Okay, so finally, here's the format and how this is going to work. Each company will have 12 minutes to present and then answer questions of judges. I'll be introducing each presenting company, and it is recommended that company use the initial set of 6 minutes for the presentation and then allow 6 minutes from Q&A. I will issue a 1-minute warning for the first set of 6 minutes and then for the second set of 6 minutes as well. So that way the company presenters will know what's to come. Judges will raise their hands or indicate if they want to ask questions, and I'll be looking out for that as well. Judges are requested to have 1 question for each presentation, and presenting companies, if you could keep your answers at 90 seconds or less so that we can have at least 3 to 4 investor judges ask their questions, we would greatly appreciate it. So with that being said, I want to move toward introducing our highly esteemed panel of judges. I'm super excited. I've connected with a few of these folks actually in other conferences as well. So it'll be reconnecting with some of these folks too. I'm very excited to get to meet our investor judges. First on the stage, we have Mr. Blake Bleacher, who's a founder of My Sleepy USA. Blake, it's good to see you again, my brother. Please, if you can just let the audience know a little bit about yourself.
Hey, good to see you again, Joseph. Thanks again. And I just want to thank everybody that's attending and the panelists. So yeah, this is exciting. So My name is Blake Beecher. I'm the guy that's going to put you all to sleep. But seriously, this is our product that we're selling now. We're making a great hemp-based, world-class CBD, CBN, THCV product that's going to just format your entire sleep cycle, 24-hour cycle that we've evolved with, since evolution. So now it's a great way to combat stress. And yeah, I'm excited to help everyone out here and looking forward to all the presentations that are going to go on. I also have some samples for everyone at this event at the end of it who want to try it. So feel free to contact me and I'm happy to send out some free samples.
Thanks, Blake. It's great to see all the progression with your product. Really amazing work. Next, we actually have Miss Carol Teka, who's the managing director with the Musica Capital Group. And Carol, it's great to see you again. I think the last time we saw each other was at Canna West.
Hello, thank you, Brad, for putting together this amazing event. Yes, my name is Carol Ortega. I'm originally from Bogota, Colombia. I'm the founder and CEO of Musica Capital Group. We represent family offices from Latin America, accredited investors from Latin America, angel institution investors interested in taking the opportunity that is offered in the cannabis industry worldwide. And we have an event focus on the Latino market and Latin American investing opportunities and investors gathered in a network called Latino Investment Summit. And well, it's an honor to be here in Cannabis Investing Forum. I had the pleasure to pitch our fund back in 2018, if I remember well, in Cartagena. So congratulations, Brad, for your incredible traction. And it's great to have these very important digital marketing opportunities. I think that the whole 2021 is going to be all this networking and gathering there, all the commercial and strategic partnership is going to happen online. So it's great to have this opportunity. Thank you, Brad, once again, and reach us if you want to expand your brand through Latin America, and if you want to give some of your opportunities of investment to Latino investors. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol, for joining. Next, we have Dr. David Koenig, who's the CEO of UCS Advisors. Dr. Koenig, if you can just please share a little bit about your expertise with the group.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. First off, great being here again, and good luck to all the presenting companies today. My name is Dr. David Koenig, CEO and co-founder of UCS Advisors and Investor Relations. And what we do is we actually help bring investors to invest in different cannabis and hemp deals, both domestically and internationally. And myself personally, I've actually been involved in the cannabis sector for over 10 years and have actually opened up 7 different cannabis companies in 5 different states during that time. And thank you again for having me today.
Thanks, Dr. Koenig. Really appreciate that. Next up, we have Gary Krimishois, who's an investment banker with Young America Capital. Gary, thanks for joining. Why don't you share a little bit about yourself?
Hello, team. This is great to see everybody. Again, thank you for doing this wonderful presentation for this industry that is still in the second inning, but needs people like us to help push it forward. I've been in cannabis since 2018. I joined a company called the Blink Group, which is New York-based, a designer and distributor of cannabis vaping hardware. And this summer, I joined Young America Capital. So as a registered investment banker, we're working with cannabis companies all over the country to help them raise capital, do M&A. And my specialty right now is on the Massachusetts market, and also just looking up and down the East Coast at a lot of limited license states that are kind of growing and fits in major bounds right now. And we're looking with New Jersey, legalizing on the ballot in November. We're looking for the whole East Coast to really open up over the next couple of years and to rival the West Coast in terms of volume and importance in the cannabis sector. So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Gary. Very exciting, and definitely very exciting to see the East Coast get on board. Next up, we have Jeffrey Click, who's the CFO of Start You Up. Jeffrey, if you can share more about your background with the group, please.
Sure. Jeff Glick, I run Start You Up. We are primarily outsourced CFOs, working with startup and emerging companies. My cannabis background, I was a CFO of a cannabis private equity fund in New York City. And I'm currently the CFO of a public SPAC, Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation, and we're closing on a deal next week for a cannabis cultivator out of Colombia, and that's going to be taken public, and it will be on the NASDAQ stock exchange. So I have a lot of experience on helping companies get bankable. A lot of companies do a great job. They're making money, they have positive cash flow, but they're unbankable. They can't go to a bank, they can't go to an investor group. So I go in there and I help them to turn around their operations and to make themselves bankable. Looking forward to hearing the companies this afternoon.
Thanks, Jeff. Very important work. Next up, we have Scott Berman, who's a principal at the Panther Agency.
Yes.
Scott, if you can share a little more about your expertise, please.
Sure. Thanks for having me, everybody. Thank you, Brad. I'm from Philadelphia, PA. I agree with Gary that New Jersey is very exciting. It's only 20 minutes from my house. Panther Agency, we've invested in 16 companies in the last 3 years. We've looked at over 500 deals. I got involved through cannabis politics in 2014. I remain very interested in seeing which way the political winds are blowing, because that dictates a lot from an investment standpoint. We also have a digital marketing agency, mainly doing data-driven programmatic advertising for the space. And we also do consulting, mergers and acquisitions, and corporate development. So it's a pleasure to meet everyone and look forward to all the pitches.
Thanks, Scott, and welcome.
Thanks.
Next up is Terry Buffalo, who's the CEO of the American Cannabis Company. Terry, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Terry Buffalo. I'm the CEO and CFO of American Cannabis Company. And Brad, thanks for having me back today as a judge. I'm looking forward to seeing the presentations we have in front of us today. American Cannabis Company is a public company. We've been around for about 8 years, providing seed to sale solutions in all markets in the U.S. and also outside. And currently we are looking to make some pivots. We are looking to for investments, partnership, and acquisitions opportunities to expand our brand. And so if anyone has any additional things they'd like to reach out to us to talk about, we'd love to hear from you. And again, thanks for having me back today.
Thanks, Terry. And our final judge is Tim Lozit, who's the CEO of Green Life Capital. Welcome, Tim. Please, if you can share about your expertise with everyone, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Brad, for having me here. Tim Lozit, Green Life Capital. I'm the CEO and managing director. So what we're doing is we're financing growth up to $5 million with unsecured money. And we also finance up to $50 million for real estate. We're really industry agnostic, but we are one of the few companies that can lend in the cannabis industry. I did enjoy the panel that talked about that earlier. And what's different about us is we're not a bank, it's private money. So this is, there's no red tape, no banking problems there. One of the great things about debt financing is, probably most people don't know this, is it actually costs less than equity financing. So that equity financing is the most expensive money that you're going to get. I particularly see about 100 deals a month. We do see equity deals, we do see debt. For equity, we have a platform similar to this that we help companies raise on the equity side, and we are financing debts. We've financed about 200 million since 2019. You know, we had a really good year in 2019, 2020. We're kind of getting that going again. So what we do is we work with hedge funds and family offices and ultra high net worth individuals as a pool of funds in a syndication. And then that's what we use to finance. So that pool of funds is in excess of $500 million. But prior to Green Life Capital, what I did was I actually entered the cannabis space as an operator, as a CFO and vice president of finance for a company out of Las Vegas. And I had the opportunity to work with some really great people in the industry. And I took a a dispensary, for example, I took one of our dispensaries and turned it around from $300,000 a month to over $1.2 million a month. And we were able to sell that company for close to $100 million. And then I've had an opportunity to work with people like Method Man and some great people and brands in the industry. Anyway, so that was a lot. I've had a lot of past life too. My past life was in real estate investments. You know, we had some funds, 8 funds of $2 billion, which are today now $10 billion. And it almost feels like a lifetime ago. I was a Marine, active duty Marine Corps combat veteran. But thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to these companies presenting today. We've actually made some offers from companies that are presented at events just like this one.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate you sharing about your background. Thank you for your service. And I gotta say that if you was working with Redman, you gotta work with Crazy Bone and Lisa Legend. So let's make it happen. Cool. Well, thanks all the judges for speaking about your background. Clearly a lot of expertise among our judge panel today. Really appreciate you all making the time and learning about our presenting companies today. Now we're gonna go ahead and get started. So everyone, this is when things get turned up, and we're super excited to learn about each company. So actually our first presenting company will be presented by Cecil Page. She's the co-founder and CEO of Pelly Labs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cecil Page, CEO of Pelly Labs. I appreciate the time here. Thank you, Brad, for putting this all together. So we actually got into this out of necessity. About 8 years ago, we had 2, I guess you could call it clandestine facilities to manufacturing closed loop and distillation of high amounts of THC distillate. This was Prop 215 compliant. We actually got into the legal market by shutting down those facilities around legalization and started lobbying with the City Council of Ojai for about 2 years. Really describing the endocannabinoid system. Around that time, my mother had gotten estrogen-driven breast cancer. We saw her tumor markers go down with the increase of the proper cannabinoids. And we just got on fire about really helping others and producing these medicines. So during the lobbying, I ran a type 6 facility and designed it non-volatile extraction, and also a type 7 facility for one of the largest cannabis groups in California, Shrine Group, Steezy, developed 2 of their latest SKUs. When they launched those SKUs, they actually got to the #1 sales in California. So it's really been built out of necessity of helping loved ones, but also being obsessed with phytochemistry and having to learn all the compliance, brand compliance for this number of businesses. And I'll show you our pitch. Here we go. All right. So we are a white labeling manufacturing business. We will develop different SKUs. We have about 4 really, and 1 first to market SKU that will be offered to the whole industry of California. This will help brands that cannot produce innovative products because of really budgetary constraints, also the ability to even manufacture without a license. So that's really what we do, is we facilitate the success of other cannabis brands by offering the white labeling of unique and unreleased products. We're a type 7 and type 11 distribution facility, manufacturing as well. So we're located in Ojai, California. It's right in between Santa Barbara, which is one of the most significant cannabis cultivation counties in the state, and also right in between LA, which is the largest concentrate market in California. Our team has well over 2 decades of combined experience. We'll be producing refined live resin, liquid live resin, tablets, and live rosin. The live resin is a butane extracted hydrocarbon-based extract, which has a really large emphasis on terpene preservation. We have large emphasis on terpene preservation when we convert to liquid live resin form. This is the 2 SKUs that we've developed for the large brand I was speaking of. With regards to tablets, we'll be using minor cannabinoids. Been doing a lot of different conversions and isolations, reverse chromatography, that kind of stuff. It's been very fun to lead these types of processes in the industry. Live rosin is a solventless extract, very sought after. We'll also be making that with extremely high quality fresh frozen material. The market size of California is currently 3 billion. By 2026, we're looking at a national market size of 50 billion. California will be 50% of that, estimated. There's 248 Type 7 manufacturers, and it's a pretty small market. So, let's see here. Our milestones, we're planning on building out on the 1st and acquiring additional funding during that time. We're planning on having it's a 3 to 4 month build out, but it always goes a little longer with construction. We have our building permit, our licenses, everything ready to go. Just need that extra bridge of funding to get us started. So it'll be about a half year with one machine. So you can see it'll be 6.7 million of gross revenue. With an additional machine, it'll actually get us all the way up to, here we are, right around 26, but it's 7.8 net because of 280E. So our team, Joseph Marino, is our COO. He has been by my side along this whole journey, helped with both the facilities and lobbying in Ojai. And Haywood Mitchell is an internationally accomplished systems engineer. He's our CTO. Nicole Shepard has been the sales associate and lead of sales for a large amount of large companies. Stephanie Marino, she has over 15 years of leadership experience with technology, manufacturing, distribution. We're all very experienced in our respective fields, and we get to lean on each other for all the different portions of the business. Our projected income statement. Here you'll see that because of the first year with one machine and our ability to only start about halfway through the year, our net profit's at 1.6 million. That is with all 4 SKUs and one machine producing it for white labeling at wholesale cost. We are not a retailer. So by year 5, with 2 machines starting at year 2, we'll end up right around 7.8 million net. And this is something that has really been a passion of ours for many years. We've isolated many different plant compounds, extracted many different plants, everything from kratom to, I actually have a greenhouse of legal plants that are going to be pharmaceuticals one day. This has been a passion of ours for many years. So through all this, it's been a blessing to be able to be friends with the police chief now after having a clandestine facility, and friends with all the city council members. And yeah, open it up for questions.
Thanks, Cecil. Great work. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to questions from our panel of judges. Who has the first question?
Okay. Cecil, thanks so much for the presentation. Are you looking to use contract growers to provide your supply chain for your material, or where will you source your supplies?
Great question. We have 4 growers right now that are ready to produce biomass for us. We'll be acquiring fresh frozen. One's a really close friend of ours who has a large amount of acres. They said they would give us multiple acres, one for each strain, for each SKU, dedicated for that. We also have a lot of brands that are ready for our products, because what we're offering is actually not offered in the white labeling space. So this is really a disruptive product offering for white labeling to help assist other companies. So we have our sales because they really want these SKUs, and our input material already dialed in from the cultivation. So our supply chain's really covered. It's just needing that bridge of capital. And something I didn't mention is we're looking for 3 million. We have 1 million pledged. It's depending on some real estate being sold. We're about 450,000 skin in the game. And with that, the 3 million is against 30% equity. It is negotiable. And if someone was to put in the 3 million now, we would be able to completely go forward. If it was 2, we would have that 1 million pledged. So we're really nimble with the startup.
Thanks, Cecil. Next question, Jeffrey.
Yeah, hi. I just saw something that jumped out at me on your P&L, on your profit and loss statement. You had your gross margin in year 2 go down. I was just wondering if you're operating for a full year, why wouldn't you be seeing some economies of scale?
That actually is, I'm not sure. It continually goes up. That's a strange thing. So we have a separate, an extra machine that goes in. And with that extra machine, our revenue certainly goes up, gross and net.
Okay. Maybe I saw it wrong. I was just wondering. And in terms of sales, your sales market is all over California, correct?
Yes, all of California, dispensaries, distributors, and brands. And so we have about 11 brands that are interested in purchasing our products. And through that, it's really mostly Liquid Live. It's one of the most sought after SKUs right now that, like I was saying, we developed for Shrine Group.
All right. Thank you.
Next question. Oh, Gary.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation, Cecil. Do you have any IP with your, whether the process or machinery? Is there anything that you can protect intellectually in terms of, IP?
Certainly. So we don't have any IP that's patented, and I know that would be the way to protect it. But the cool thing is we've used some very unique methods of using different machinery for a different process that I don't believe anyone's utilizing besides the one brand that we brought this to. And that was a really wonderful partnership. So we are doing very unique things that other companies aren't offering, but they are not patented.
Blake, I saw your hand up earlier as well.
No, it's okay. No, I wanted to ask you, have you looked outside? Because I specialize in Latin America, in Colombia, and I know there's a lot of people that would like to get some white label products in from the US. There are steps to go about doing that, registering your product here. For example, a lot of your products could be registered under dietary supplements, but here we have to actually have a formulation for them. So this is just something that you may want to think about and bring it into your perspective with your team.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll bring that up. Thank you.
So Latin America it's huge. There's a big market down here. I mean, and there's no one really doing anything yet still. So there's a huge market for you down here. So it might be something to add in and to attract other investors out of California, out of the US.
Thank you.
Thanks, Blake. We have time for one more quick question and quick response. All right, I see no, or Gary, go ahead.
Cecil, I was a little confused. Was there a previous working relationship with Stizzy, or you mentioned a name, but I'm a little confused of the relationship.
Certainly. Yeah, I was put on to actually be a consultant to develop two SKUs, two products. And then I was quickly promoted to senior extraction engineer. And as our facility gained more traction, we fulfilled our contract and have great relationships with them, a huge amount of respect and actually love for the whole founders and everyone there. Still assist every once in a while with the call, but really just had to move on to this project.
All right. Thank you, Cecil. That is your time. Great work. Moving on to the next presentation. Next up, we have Greg Steinberg, the CEO. I'm sorry. Just kidding. Next up, we have Davina Kanaowi, the CEO of Element Opathic. Davina, are you there?
It looks like Davina's internet fell off. We'll pass and come back.
Okay, great. So we'll move on. Glenn D. Simone, CEO of Curatio Life Sciences.
Hi. Yes, I'm sorry, we were not expecting to be put on so quickly.
Yeah, thanks. We'll give you a minute or two if you need to settle.
If you could, that would be great. Just
yeah,
one
no
second,
problem.
please.
No problem. No problem.
One sec. All right, can you hear me?
Yes,
We're
we
very
can hear you.
excited to be here today. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Can they hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
you're good.
great.
Yep.
We're Curatio, full spectrum medical grade CBD therapy. We're the Tesla of the CBD market for three main reasons. We have breakthrough technology to improve performance. We have pharmaceutical grade standards throughout all manufacturing processes, and we're committed to innovation and future products. Our proposition is to raise $1 million issuing convertible notes. Notes will be offered in $25,000 to $100,000 segments, paying 7% interest. Opportunity to convert notes to equity at 20% discounted valuation will determine that valuation at the third quarter of 2021. We estimate that this will be a 10 to 20 times return on investment. Our leadership team is comprised of myself, Glenn DeSimone, the CEO and founder, and my father, who is also named Glenn DeSimone. The both of us come from pharmaceutical healthcare advertising, and we've collectively launched over 30 blockbuster products, pharmaceutical drugs, and have over 40 years of experience. Our supply chain of partners is a critical part to our success, and it starts with our GMP manufacturing through all processes, our fulfillment, digital media, and of course, our sales. Our distribution is strong and growing. We were just brought on to threshold distributors with 11,000 natural food stores. OptiSource, which has 3,000 pharmacies and small chains, many more, including Brazil, business in Brazil, which is very exciting. Now we get to the point of what really makes us different and unique. Curatio is a fine-tuned engine of cannabinoids, 85% of which is CBD, 15% of it is a fine-tuned ratio of CBN, CBG, CBC, and CBDV. The THC in our hemp is converted to CBN, which also binds to the CB1 receptor, just like THC, but doesn't have intoxicating effects. Our full profile of hemp-derived terpenes, flavonoids, esters, and proteins, and fatty acids make up our full spectrum profile. The ratio matters, and every cannabinoid that's in our product has a purpose and function and performs a synergy with all of the other active ingredients. The distribution of our product into the body is another differentiating aspect of our product. Most CBD oils exhibit only 6 to 8% absorption, while our product receives 70% absorption. And that's because we miniaturize our active ingredient to 10 nanometers, which is the size of a DNA strand. Our nano CBD is encapsulated in a natural surfactant, which increases bioavailability compared to those nano poly encapsulations, which are not natural. Our process increases Curatio's absorption 10 times, enhancing onset and duration of action. Now here you can see a chart that depicts the three leading brand categories: isolate, broad spectrum, and full spectrum. And as you can see, Curatio is in a category of its own with all the boxes checked. We have more than 15% secondaries, the most robust secondary profile on the market. We have a powerful entourage effect. We're nano-emulsified and provide 10 times bioavailability. The pharmaceutical grade standards are the pillars of our company. And as I said, we use GMP certification throughout all manufacturing practices, and we have COAs available for every one of our batches, providing the potency, consistency of our product throughout. You can receive, or you can see the COA on the side of our packaging on the QR code. Excuse me. Here you can see our oral products on the left. We have regular strength 500 milligram and 1,000 milligram, which are available in original and mint flavor. Also available in a spray bottle, which is great for travel and also for quick use. On the right side, we have our topical products, which are not only include our nano emulsified product, but also includes clinical doses of comfrey, menthol, arnica, and we've actually submitted it to the FDA for OTC so we can make the pain claim, which we're very excited about.
Thanks, Glenn. I'm Glenn Sr. Nice to meet you all. I'm going to share with you our promotional support program for our fine product line. It includes 2 direct selling teams, one on the East Coast and one on the East and West Coast, a comprehensive digital marketing and advertising program, including Facebook advertising and lead generation funnels, which already have collected over 5,000 emails per month in the last 2 months. We're in the process of translating those into sales. We have 75 influencers, either elite athletes, HCP influencers that reach an audience of 10 million followers. We also have the Yankee chiropractor who's using our product, by the way. Next year, we expect to engage a public relations agency, and that's part of the reason we're looking for this $1 million. In addition, we want to fund a pharmacokinetic study to support our Curatio absorption. Okay, let me share with you now our financial projections. As you can see, this is 4 years starting next year. We're expecting 2.8 million, moving into the 4th year at 22.8. I want to focus on that because that 22.8 is only 0.69% share of the total market. And that is yielding, however, a very healthy EBITDA of 9.3 million. We've taken a look at a cash flow, and we think that's important for you to realize that that over the course of next year, we are going to be at a deficit of $576,000 in the 2nd quarter and begin to pull out of it in the 3rd and 4th quarter. So the investment we're looking for should be healthy enough for next year's work. The value proposition that Glenn referred to is we're looking in the 3rd quarter of next year to value the company. We think it'll be somewhere in the $5 to $10 million range. If we take the lower limit of 5 million, discount it by 20%, that would be a $4 million valuation. So $1 million of investment would buy 25,000 shares of our stock, and it would give you 25% ownership of Curatio Life Sciences.
Glenn, you have 5 minutes.
Excuse me?
You have 5 minutes.
Okay,
yeah, so
very good. The future value, 4th year projection, as we said, was 9.3 EBITDA, which we think would give us a value of about $80 million and return 20 times your initial investment. Our exit strategy would be to sell to big pharma, where we have plenty of contacts, a consumer company, or a cannabis roll-up. We have also looked at a COVID conservative forecast. With things that are going on in our environment, it's hard to say what's going to happen in the years to come. Hopefully the vaccine is going to work. But we've reduced our revenue forecast by 25% each year. We've kept our SG&A and marketing expenses at the same level as I've shown you in the previous forecast. Yet we still have an EBITDA of 5.6 million, which would yield a 10-time initial investment for those of you that would jump in. Future considerations. We've looked carefully at a national broadcast initiative utilizing CTV, radio, and podcast. We would proceed this with a test market. I've got details on this program and could share that with you during the question and answer if you'd like. And then we have product initiatives. As we said, we want to stay on the front of this movement for CBD. So Glenn is looking at oral nano CBG focus drops, oral nano CBN sleep drops, CBD, CBG calm drops, a transdermal patch, eye cream, facial cream, and an acne pen.
Hey,
So
Glenn.
that's our story.
Oh, sorry.
We think we're different than the rest. We thank you for your time. We think this is a great investment opportunity.
Thanks, gentlemen. Great work. We have 3 minutes for
Yeah.
Q&A, so we have time for a few quick. Go ahead, Dr. Koenig.
So as a medical professional who used to own a bunch of different medical facilities, on one side, it seemed like you were talking about going after physicians and other healthcare professionals. And then on another side, you talk about your influencers and doing social marketing, social media marketing. Is your game plan to go after more the general audience, the general public, or is your game plan to go after more healthcare providers and then have them sell the product for you?
That's a good question. We designed this product specifically to be the doctor's choice.
Okay.
And we realized when doing that, that because our product is so efficacious, it worked very well with athletes. And it quickly replaced their NSAIDs and various other types of medications and took off. So we decided to do a dual-pronged approach where we thought there would be a trickle-down effect from working directly with the doctors, but we also felt that it would be effective for us to work through social media to connect with these athletes that in the end could very well speak to the doctors who in the end could recommend the product anyway. So we feel that they're linked.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Glenn. Next question.
Yeah, I have a question. So
go ahead, Tim.
So you talked about your customer acquisition costs through email at 41 cents. Phenomenal. I mean, that's a great job on the presentation also, by the way. But can you expand on what's your revenue right now? What are you at right now?
We're going to probably do $100,000 this year. And we've been hurt by the pandemic and the fact that Threshold, which took us on in February of one of 3 brands, that it's in a holding pattern because they haven't gone back to their offices in Santa Cruz. It's shut down.
Still shut down.
So we have been hurt by that, and it's hard to say.
But to answer your question right now, because we launched our main product line in January. Of course, COVID hit a couple months later, so we didn't have much time to really get our product out. But because our product was so efficacious, it has really made an impact with distributors. We've been taken on by Threshold. We have OptiSource, which is a leader in the independent distribution to pharmacies. So we feel that we've really needled that. Have managed to work that out.
Thank you.
Quick question, Joseph. Glenn and Senior Glenn, thank you for your presentation. Just on your burn rate, because we've seen so many cannabis companies come in and they just run through money like crazy. Just, can you maybe give us all a little information on how you plan to spend?
We've run through some money, by the way. I've been the sole investor in this company as well as Glenn. So we've got $1 million into this company. So our burn rate, we've reduced the burn rate now to probably $30,000 to $40,000 a month at this point in time. That's not what we want to spend, but we brought it down just to until we get another investor or two in partnership with us. Right now, that's our burn rate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate your guys' time and great presentation. We're going to carry on to the next presenting company, and we're actually going back to Davina Konoy, the CEO of Element Apothec. I believe she is
Hi, I'm here.
ready to go.
Yes.
Hey, Davina.
Hi, sorry about that. Fun
All good.
technology issues, but I'm here. So
It's
let me just
2020. We're good.
screen. All right, so hi, I hope everybody's doing well, and I wanted to thank Brad for putting together another incredible event. I'm really happy to be here. So I'm Davina, the CEO and co-founder of Element Apothec. Element Apothec is a new CBD-focused body care and wellness brand, bringing transparency and trust to a market that's been plagued by suspicion and lack of integrity. We seek to elevate this industry by bringing not only our luxurious line of clean and safe and effective products, but education to the conscious consumer. Element Apothec was born in a kitchen, not a lab. When my aunt was diagnosed with several medical conditions, she created products out of a need. The prescriptions and medications the doctors were providing to her were causing other symptoms. So she actually started growing her own cannabis plants in her living room, making Rick Simpson oil, and became certified in plant-based medicine and essential oils. That was over 10 years ago. through the years, she's continued to fine tune those formulations. About a year ago, I took over the company, partnered with medical advisors, and today we're bringing those products to the market. The problem today is that consumers who are to trust. Imagine you're a consumer, you've heard of CBD, or maybe you're already a consumer who knows about CBD, but you continue to hear about all of the problems that plague the industry. There's toxic and harmful ingredients. Labels are inaccurate. Low quality products with little to no transparency or variation. So many white labeled products on the market that you really don't know who's actually creating those products. There's little medical oversight, such a lack of consumer education. So really brands are not meeting the needs of today's conscious consumer. And the conscious consumer trend continues. Self-care, better for you trends are manifesting all over the place in general retail. Consumers are looking for companies that have trust, transparency, sustainability, and are mission driven. So many companies say they're purpose driven, but they really don't actually follow those protocols. COVID-19 has only led to a surge of socially responsible behaviors. On top of that, a lot needs to be done with education. Consumers' knowledge of cannabis is really lacking. Over 70% of people are unfamiliar with terms like the entourage effect and the endocannabinoid system, and are really still just trying to understand what THC and CBD mean. The solution is Element Apoptic, the trustworthy brand that conscious consumers are demanding. So why will we be successful, you may be asking yourself? Because we have built a brand focused on creating clean, safe, and effective products with medical oversight and are committed to education. We've created a brand of trust for that conscious consumer that I mentioned earlier. Our never ever promise is our commitment to the consumer that we will never ever use any harmful or questionable ingredients in any of the products we create. And to validate this, we've received CertClean certification, Leaping Bunny, and continue to gain certifications in our products. We are also leading the market with innovative formulations, not just using CBD, but CBG, CBN, and other plant-based remedies. We are also committed, as I mentioned, to education. Dr. Swathi, our Chief Scientific Officer, who created the first pharmacist program accredited by PharmD, is leading the charge for our education and creating our own educational program for all of our brand ambassadors, retailers, and partners that work with us. Although there are hundreds of companies in this space, there is a clear opportunity for Element Apoptic to take a market-leading position by meeting the needs of today's conscious consumer. And as you know, the market opportunity is huge, over $16 billion projected by 2022, and over 240 million new consumers coming to the market. But what's amazing is that we actually have access to the wellness market and all of the new consumers that have yet to try CBD, a $3.5 trillion market. So you can see, as you know, there's an opportunity for exponential growth. We have put together aggressive financials, but we feel that we are able to meet the needs of the consumers and will be able to do this. And how are we going to meet these goals? We've assembled a management and advisory team with over 60 years relevant experience. As I mentioned, our Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Swathi, Dr. Marvin Singh, who's a head of integrative medicine for UC Irvine, Dr. Raja, who's an incredible integrative board certified dermatologist and professor at UC Davis, is leading our medical advisory team. And we have a strong board advisory team to continue to help us build our company. To build brand awareness and drive sales, we have built out a strong digital marketing strategy, including content marketing, influencer marketing, ads, and social media. Our business model is B2C, B2B, subscription-based, as well as building out a brand ambassador program. Some of our successful milestones to date is we just launched, as we mentioned earlier when Kim talked about it, we just started our pre-sales and our orders are shipping tomorrow. We've signed a partnership agreement with the premier medical GPO group, and that really attests to the strong team that we have on the medical advisory team. We have retail partnerships with show fields. We're launching our products in Miami next week and in New York in February, and we're partnered with Showcase by Cal Ethos. In addition to that, we've secured influencers and tier 1 media outlets that are going to be covering our brand as we just launched. We've received pending B Corp certification and One for the Planet. And why did we do that? We wanted to show the consumers and our retailers and business partners that we really stand behind our words. We've also received CertClean certification, Clear for Me, and Leaping Bunny. And what are those? Those are certifications to validate that our products are clean and safe and that we're not using any fuller toxic ingredients. We're currently raising $500,000 on WeFunder, and anybody can invest. You can be accredited or non-accredited. For as little as $100, you can own a piece of Element Apothic. You may be asking yourself, why Element Apothic? It's trust, plain and simple. Invest now and join us on our journey to set a new standard of clean science. Element Apothic, never ever anything but good. And I'm done.
Thanks, Davina. Really great work putting all this together. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to start with judge questions. Scott, I saw your hand first.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious what the FDA might have in store for us in 2021 and how that will affect. It seems to me there's a lot of product that might not make it on the shelves after that. And are you focused on that at all? And what do you think the outlook is for next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of next year and the FDA, we're really trying to focus on, for our brand anyways, creating products that are forward thinking and meeting what we expect to come down the pipeline. So we're putting a lot of research behind our products. With the medical GPO that we're partnered with, we are going to be doing clinical observational studies that will be launching in 2021. So I expect that those are going to be some of the things. They're going to be looking for the research behind the ingredients and the products. And it's going to be upon the brands to really prove that their products meet those specific requirements.
Thank you.
Yeah, great question, Scott. Especially with the new administration coming in, it's going to be really interesting to see how FDA moves on these types of decisions. Jeff?
Yeah, hi. That was a fabulous presentation. Really good. So how much money have you raised so far and who's that from?
Yeah, we just, so we've been raising on WeFunder. We've raised about $55,000. All of the additional money has been self-funded. We were waiting really to reach out to investors, bigger investors, until we launched our product, till we could prove that we had traction. And so we're at that point now where we're really looking to start gaining additional investment and really starting to hit that $500,000 investment that we're looking for.
And how much money have you spent on getting the approvals by those groups that you're clean, et cetera, et cetera? How much did that cost you?
I mean, it varied. Some of them ranged from a couple $1,000s. Some of them we actually formed partnerships with. The pending B Corp certification, a lot of that we did on our own instead of outsourcing and hiring. And so I would say under $5,000 to get all of those certifications.
Okay, we have a couple more minutes left for some questions.
Yeah, I have a question. So.
Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Sure. So, and this kind of goes on to the point with the other question about FDA. Would you categorize yourself, Davina, as more of a CBD company or a body care company? But because I know you have other cannabinoids there too.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at ourselves more as a wellness company to kind of encompass it, and I think people are also looking at wellness both from the outside, but also beauty is also looking at wellness because what you put inside also impacts outside. So we really classify ourselves more as a wellness brand than specifically CBD, because that also kind of puts you in a bucket. Like you said, we do have the other phytocannabinoids, and as additional research comes out on other phytocannabinoids, I mean, there's hundreds of them. We're going to really look to incorporate that into our products to make sure they're as effective as possible.
Thank you. Gary.
Hi, Davina. I just wondered, again, it's a growing space, but it's a very competitive space. How do you plan to, get the distribution that will really stand out from a lot of other well-funded competitors in the CBD topical space?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of multiple things, but we're really starting with the education and focusing on that to bring in awareness that we're different than some of the other brands that are out there, as well as focusing on our medical advisory team. I think there's a lot of companies that are pushing out products. There's a lot of white labeled products, but in speaking to some of the retailers, are really excited about the educational opportunities that we offer, certifications, because when a consumer comes in and looks at the package, they can quickly say, okay, this feels safe. It's vegan, it's plant-based, they're clean products. It's a company that gives back. So we're really trying to create the pillars of what the consumer today is looking for. And I think a lot of companies are missing that point right now.
Just on that point, Davina, sorry to jump in. What is your current customer base and what are the demographics?
So I mean, we just launched, as I said, but we have built up a quite a good email list. But we really look at our consumer from a psychographic perspective. We're not putting them in specifically age range. And I know there's pros and cons on both sides from a demographic or psychographic perspective. But in terms of even some of the SEO and search and ads, we're looking for that consumer that's looking for clean products, that is looking for sustainability, that's looking for transparency. And even in our packaging, we've gone out of the way to make sure, like our lotion package is sugarcane ethanol and we use glass. And so we're looking for that consumer where that really matters, where the products, where the mission, the purpose of the company is what drives their decision to buy the products.
Great. No, fantastic presentation. I like what you're doing with the educational side of it too. Consumers are still skeptical on all sorts of products.
Yeah, there's so much that's needed on the educational side, and anything any of us can do it elevates the entire industry.
Thank you, Davina. That makes up our time. Carol, I know you had a question.
Yes. Thank you.
You want to just make it very brief
question,
and brief response, please?
Yes.
Okay. My question is regarding trademarks and IP. Where do you have trademarks already? Do you have any kind of patent? Tell me about which jurisdictions do you have trademarks in only US?
Yeah, so
and congratulations. It's always great to see women in the space.
Yes, thank you. We are starting to explore that. It's a little tricky on the patent side, specifically with formulations, because once you put that out there, then it's much easier for anybody to replicate that. We are exploring that up, but at this point, we don't have patents. We have been very protective over our IP and with the manufacturer that we're working with to really manage the combination of the formulations that we have. But we are open to exploring it and are looking at some options currently.
All right. Thank you, Davina.
All right. Thank you so much.
Moving forward, we have Greg Steinberg, who's the CEO of Greenway DNA. Greg, you're up to bat.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, just share my screen here. I appreciate the time and thank you. At Greenway DNA, we are bringing you a bio-wellness trifecta: device, technology, and data. And we're doing that to solve a problem. A problem that's dealing with a consumer dilemma of what is the right dosage for me. A study showed that 48% of people utilizing cannabis are using a trial and error methodology relative to dosing. That means money spent that doesn't have to be. It means trial and error, means poor efficacy, poor impact. Trial and error means not getting the most you can out of the power of this plant, or even worse, not utilizing the plant because you have a poor or ineffective result the first time. Looking at core areas, we look at it, 50 million people with chronic pain, 40 million with anxiety, 60 million with sleeping disorders, and that's just in the US. And Greenway's technology platform can be used globally. The solution that we brought to market is relative to THC and CBD dosing, looking at your specific genetic makeup and how it impacts your body relative to metabolism, your receptors, and the messaging that gives to your body in terms of transduction. You heard earlier from Dr. Carrillo and others relative to the endocannabinoid system and how it impacts our appetite, our mood, pain, pleasure, our body systems, specifically across receptors like CB1 and CB2. We are looking at THC and CBD right now in terms of dosing recommendations, And in the future, we'll be looking at other major cannabinoids and minor ones as well, like THCVA, CBG, CBN, etc., and how they impact our body. As you heard, CB1 and CB2 are core receptors in the body. There are many others also that impact our liver, our kidney, our stomach, our brain, our skin, how we act on a day-by-day basis. We look at each one of these relative to your specific genetic profile and how they impact with CBD and THC. Here you can see how CBD is impacted across many different receptors in the body. How we metabolize, fast or slow. Our receptors are open or closed. The messaging that goes to the body are all impacted by our individual genetic makeup. While we're all very, very similar, one base pair difference in our DNA profile has an impact on how we take up CBD and THC, how much we should be taking or how little we should be taking for a specific medical condition. We look at 40 different genetic variants across 20 different genes relative to the endocannabinoid system. We tie that to our proprietary algorithms that are linked to specific peer-reviewed scientific research on a global basis. We filed 2 patents, one in the cannabis space and one in the psychedelic space. In psychedelics, also looking at dosing recommendations to specific chemical profiles that you might find in ketamine, psilocybin, ayahuasca, MDMA, etc. The kit is very easy to use. You get the kit, spit into a tube, put the tube back into a prepaid box. It goes to a third-party lab in Oregon that's a CLIA certified molecular deep genetic lab tied to a university. And a couple of weeks later, we send you a report. At a high level, you get dosing recommendations for specific medical conditions. We go 4 levels deep in this report. At the deepest level, a genetic researcher, genetic scientist can look at the variants that we look at, the medical research that we're tied to, and understand why we're making the recommendations that we are. Let's talk about data. Many people think that there's a correlation between weight and dosing. Here you can see no correlation between CBD or THC dosing and weight. We see this with many other medical conditions. Here's one on insomnia. We also see this as we parse data across age or across gender. Here's an example of data that we see across 10 individuals where what they're actually taking versus what we recommend. Here, not enough CBD, way too much THC. In this situation, too much CBD, too much THC. This means poor efficacy, poor impact, not getting the most and maximum value that this plant can bring. We have a very experienced team. I've spent decades growing and scaling companies. One hit the Inc. 500 top 10 2 years in a row with $2 billion in organic revenue. In cannabis, I've been in the space for 6 years, running a company that some of you might know, Growcentia, with our product brand Mammoth, the leading biostimulant in the cultivation industry globally. My partner, Dr. Ry Wagner, came from a Nobel Prize-winning genetic lab, went into the private sector, had an exit, ended up with Dow, running their global new ventures program for 6 years, now back into the entrepreneurial side of life. The rest of our senior team is deeply experienced in their own areas of focus.
1 minute.
We have a wonderful scientific advisory board. Some of them you might not know. Dr. Carrillo, you heard from earlier today, and some of you might know the work of Dr. Knox. Sales channel, broad-based, B2B, B2C, D2C. In fact, anywhere that you might be able to find a THC or a CBDA-based product on the shelf, we hope one day you'll find a Greenway DNA kit. We're raising $2 million in funding. So far, we've self-funded for the last 3 years. This will be the first money that we're raising. We're raising at a $6 million pre-money valuation. I invite you to ask questions and to join us on our trifecta pathway to wellness, and look forward to questions from the judges. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Really exciting stuff here.
Thank you.
We'll start with the questions. Scott, I'm gonna go to you first if you had a question, because I know I didn't catch you last time. Scott?
I'm good right now. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
that was for the last one. Thank you.
Okay. Carol, do you have any questions on this?
I have Sarah. I'm just going to focus on two. How much is the price, Greg, of your technology? First of all, congratulations. Sorry about my dog. I think this solves one of the biggest challenge that we have in the industry, which is dosification. We all know that everyone has a unique endocannabinoid system, so this is very exciting. How much is your technology? What is your customer profile? I mean, this is the you're targeting doctors, you're targeting patients, and where are you going to ready to to send us to Latin America? Are you focusing on clinics? How are you visualizing your end customer?
Sure, fantastic, and good to see you, Carol. The MSRP on the product, if you went up to our website to buy it today, you'd buy it for $149. You go through other channel partners that we have, you'll see a range typically in that same type of price range. Channel partners, health and wellness clinics, dispensaries, pharmacies, retail stores, vitamin places that are selling CBD products, et cetera, right across the board. And we're looking for partners on a global basis. We're talking to people in Australia, we're talking to people in the UK, in Canada, in Europe. Love to chat about doing something in Latin America as well. Obviously, it's a technology that can be used globally and has no borders or barriers to it.
Thanks, Greg. Blake?
Just a quick question. I'm always curious about this too. I love the data sets and what you guys are doing. If you do get this technology in place and it's 100% there, how do you transition it into the actual marketplace? As in, you can say this client works, like this product will work exactly as we say it does. Because I mean, I know everyone that tries different products and there's the slightest amount of THC and they just get like heart palpitations. And some people it doesn't affect them at all. So how do you transition that into the actual marketplace for people to trust you and then buy that certain product from all these brands and customers out there?
Right. Well, we're not going to focus on specific products relative to making recommendations. Go buy this strain or go buy this person's product. We're happy to partner with products, and we have partnered with a number of CBD products. So it's interesting with the conversations that are going on right now through the course of this day, where those brands are taking a look at the results that are coming from our test and making recommendations to their customers that out of their product line, if you're trying to take one of our products for insomnia, let's say, take this one versus that one because of the results of the test. And so we're looking for channel partners from that perspective. We've done research internally. We're also doing clinical research, and we're looking for partners on the clinical research side as we continue to dial in on other types of medical conditions that are more serious than some of the ones that we're currently looking at.
Thank you.
Great question, Blake. Gary.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, Gary.
Great to see you and great presentation. I just wondered, what are your revenue estimates for the next couple of years, and what's your expected gross profit margin on your sales?
Sure. I was going to share a screen, but I can't do that. So we're looking to ramp up over the next 12 months to about $1.5 million in revenue, scaling that up to into the teens revenue, and then a little bit higher than that over the next couple of years. We're looking at this raise giving us about 18 months worth of runway in terms of getting to cash flow positive side of life. And that's all relative to sale of kits into the cannabis space. We haven't built anything in relative to the psychedelic space, and we haven't built anything in terms of revenue relative to utilizing the data in some manner.
Just to the second part is, what's your expected gross profit margin?
Right. Margins should be around 50% today. And as we scale up to economies of scale, with more kits as we put through the system, we can get that up into the 70% range.
Scott?
Yeah, what's the competitive landscape look like?
It's pretty wide open right now. I think we've got pretty much of a greenfield. We're not the only ones out there. There are some other companies out there providing reports, let's say. Many of them are allowing you to suck into their system 23andMe and Ancestry.com type of a report and give you a report back. What 23andMe, as an example, looks at is public information. About 20% of the variants that we look at, they look at. So 80% of what we're looking at don't exist in 23andMe or Ancestry.com type of report. And so we believe that the information that's coming back on those type of reports is sort of not in the same ballpark, so something that we won't do. And the scientific depth that we go through because of some of my academic partners is done at a clinical level research. Nobody in the industry is doing clinical level DNA genetic sequencing. Everything we do could be published in a peer-reviewed paper. So I think we've got a market leader there.
Great, thank you.
Jeff.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah,
Really
hi.
strong
Have you
work with
guys-
Greenway DNA.
Sorry, have you guys been able to raise any money through grants and medical research?
We haven't tried to do anything through any of those avenues yet. In one of my prior companies, we did get 2 SBIR grants, phase 1, phase 2. And I think, next stage here, once we can get some federal regulatory change, we can certainly do that. Maybe what passed the House yesterday, that gets on the other side, we'll be able to do that for looking at that. We have looked in Canada and some other places relative to some non-dilutive funding, but we haven't applied for any yet.
All right, and real quickly, the money you're looking to raise now, that's just to help you market your existing product. And how much money will you need to do to fill out the whole spectrum of the products that you mentioned?
It's a combination. It's that's $2 million is being utilized both to scale on the biz dev side for our current product, but it's also to continue to build bioinformatics and database. It's looking at automating much of our report process, but it's also looking at research and clinical trials, both in cannabis as well as in psychedelics. So we've got about 750,000 of the 2 million focused on clinical research, clinical trials, both in cannabis and psychedelics.
Thanks, Greg. Moving forward, we have Doc Patels, and we have actually the CEO, Dakota Sullivan, and the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Rachna Patel, who will be presenting Doc Patels.
Thanks, Joseph. Thanks, Brad. Thanks for having us. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Great to see so many people here that we know. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great, awesome. So thanks for having us, everybody. My name is Dakota Sullivan, and I'm here with Dr. Rachna Patel from Doc Patel CBD. I'll take you through our presentation, and then Dr. Patel will handle your questions. So our mission is to educate medical professionals around the world about the healing power of CBD and to make a lot of money by doing it. Okay, by now, everyone is aware of CBD, but nobody, including a lot of people on this call, knows why they should use it. Greg just talked about this. This is an important point. Will it help me get to sleep? Can I take it for anxiety? I've heard it's good for back pain. Does it work for arthritis? They also don't know how to use it. Should I take gummies or a tincture or a salve or all three? How many milligrams should I take? How often? Does it interact with other drugs? Well, consumers aren't the only ones who are confused. When Dr. Patel was attending medical school, there was no training at all on CBD. Everything she learned about CBD, she had to learn on her own. Even today, when there are hundreds of studies on the benefits of CBD for everything from fibromyalgia to depression to acne, 90% of docs still say they don't know how to use CBD, much less what treatment regimen to recommend. So at Doc Patel's, we've come up with a solution to this massive challenge. we provide a full line of branded medical grade CBD products and a teaching academy where medical professionals from around the world learn about CBD using our products. So this all starts with Dr. Rachna Patel, who is at the heart of our company. Dr. Patel's mission is to help as many people as possible with CBD. She's the #1 ranked CBD expert doctor on Google, and her YouTube channel has more than 1 million views, making it one of the most popular sources of CBD information on the web. She's also a New York Times featured author. This year, Dr. Patel launched her own CBD line for the first time. Doc Patel's CBD products are tested by independent third-party labs for fungus, bacteria, pesticides, and metals. They're also tested to make sure the amount of CBD on the label is the amount in the bottle. Many leading CBD brands don't do this level of testing. Also this year, Dr. Patel established the Doc Patel's Cannabinoid Medicine Academy. It's the first institution in the United States that provides academic and clinical training in CBD exclusively for licensed medical professionals. But what makes our model powerful, not only do we earn tuition, but by training medical professionals on our own product line and then incentivizing them to sell Dr. Patel's CBD in their practices, we create a significant wholesale channel. So here's why the launch of our teaching academy is so timely. You know, Scott questioned regulations and FDA, and this is a super critical piece. So House Bill 8179 is currently in Congress. 8179 will make CBD an FDA regulated supplement for the first time. Docs are more comfortable recommending FDA regulated products, and millions of consumers are asking their medical providers about CBD. So we think this is the perfect time to grow a business that trains healthcare providers about CBD at scale. So let's take a look at the market potential. There are over 2 million medical professionals in the US who will be looking for training on CBD. And we will be there to provide it at an affordable cost of around $200 a course. There are also hundreds of thousands of private practices and clinics that may soon sell Doc Patel's CBD products. We get requests almost every single day. So how profitable is it to sell CBD products through this channel? Let's take a look. Well, Epidiolex is the only FDA-approved CBD prescription drug. Sold through roughly 2,000 medical practices, it generated $296 million in its first year of sales. Another point of reference, Abacus Health sells a CBD paste pain relief topical through chiropractors. In 2017, they reported sales of 3.4 million, but this year they were acquired by Charlotte's Web for 68 million. So here are our financial projections. We break even in 2021, which will be our first full year of operations. Note that more than 50% of expenses in year one are due to partner revenue shares. Our contracts are structured to give Doc Patel's a larger cut of revenue in years 2 and 3. But even with this expense, you can see the strength of our teaching academy and channel sales. And these are markets we can grow in the US and internationally for years to come. Our management team are all successful entrepreneurs. Collectively, we have a track record of seizing the right opportunity at the right time, and then either operating these companies profitably or enjoying successful exits. And even though our company is only 8 months old, we've accomplished quite a lot. Our founders invested about $400,000, which paid for the development of our full product line and built out the core infrastructure of the academy. In addition to selling through medical professionals, we also have a growing private label business. Our first partner brand launches this month. It's called Reap CBD. We created it for UFC fighter Dustin Poirier, who has 2 million social media followers and will be fighting Conor McGregor in January for a shot at the world title. And even before we launched the academy, we're already selling through medical professionals. In fact, we're beginning a market test this month with a group that represents over 1,000 addiction treatment specialists. Finally, the Doc Patel's Cannabinoid Medicine Academy has been in beta since March, with an overview course being email dripped to about 1,000 doctors. Now we need to complete the curriculum and launch the academy platform online. We're seeking up to $1 million in convertible debt to accelerate growth. Funds will be used to launch and promote the Academy and continue growing our private label business. We think this model can scale beyond the US and are planning an A-round financing in 2022 to support international expansion. So thank you, everyone. And Dr. Patel and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Great work here. First question.
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Kuhn.
International, what areas specifically have you even thought about for going international? Are you looking more European Union? You looking more South America?
Yeah, so I have actually had the opportunity to consult with patients in South Africa, in India, in Australia, as well as Indonesia. So it's a wide market that that we're looking to fill the gap for. So really, it's the populations where there's a high need at this point, based on the consults that I've done. So mainly India, Australia, Asian market as well, and the Latin market.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next question. Go ahead, Blake.
Do you have a specific platform? Do you have IP for your education system that you're going to be using?
Yeah, so I've created protocols by medical condition. Now, I have been recommending cannabinoid-based products to patients since 2012, and I've treated thousands of patients. I've also comprehensively dug through the research. So based on the research, based on my clinical experience, and based on my background of being a fully trained emergency medicine doctor, I've created protocols by medical condition, which I am now going on to educate, to teach to other physicians, so that they can then implement those protocols with their patients. Now, the protocols consist of specifically which combination of CBD and THC to use. About 80% of conditions are well treated with CBD, but there's varying degrees of strengths, right? So which strength should physicians recommend? Number two, which method of administration is most appropriate for the condition? For instance, with anxiety, topicals are not effective. You really need to use an internal method. Now, should they use inhalation or should they ingest? In different conditions, you're going to use different methods of administration. Like if someone's having a panic attack, that's when you use inhalation. But as a preventative, that's when you would use, for instance, an edible. Next thing is dosing. The biggest question that nobody has an answer to. As a physician, we're masters of dosing. Okay, we've dosed all sorts of medications for all sorts of patients, so we can start them off on a baseline dose and increase the increments until we figure out, okay, this is the right therapeutic dose for you. It's not subtherapeutic, it's not toxic. The next thing is frequency of dosing. This is often overdone when it comes to patients. People are often taking way too much CBD. Realize that CBD is fat soluble. You don't have to take it on an everyday basis. I've had patients take CBD products once a week, for instance, and that's been sufficient to help alleviate whatever symptoms they're having for the rest of the week. So, and then finally, it's also a matter of going through, managing and avoiding side effects, as well as the biggest question that patients have is, how do I take this with the medications that I'm currently taking? So that's a big question that physicians are able to answer. So that's my protocol, and I have it by medical condition as well as specialty. And a lot of these questions are questions that only medical professionals can answer. And in terms of trust, patients trust these medical professionals for answers, because I've had medical professionals come to me and patients come to me saying that I want these answers from my medical professional, not a salesperson.
And Blake, in terms of technology, answered your question, the platform we're using is LearnDash, which is the same one used by Harvard for their EDU. And the IP, really the course content that Dr. Patel is speaking to, which will be developed by her as well with medical professionals in different specialties, that will be IP protectable.
I like this, and I think Carol Ortega would agree with me. Just having your platform and professionalism on this, would be fantastic for all of Latin America because there's a lot of confusion. And what I'm finding, and everyone can benefit from this, is that our products that we're selling as well, we get the most sales from our actual doctors recommending it.
Yeah.
So I think what you guys are doing is great. So keep it up.
And then just to add to that, you get product loyalty. Right now, there's so many brands out there. People will try one brand, it doesn't work, they'll go to another brand. But in my clinical experience, once I walked a patient through, I recommended a product and I walked them through a protocol, they would continue to take that product year over year over year. And guess what? God forbid that product got discontinued or it was out of stock, then I would get a panicked phone call. What do I do? So that's the aim here, right? You want the patient to get results. When you get the results, you get product loyalty. And that's really where you're generating revenue.
Thank you, Dr. Patel and Dakota, for your presentation. Looks like you're closing a very key gap in the market. Time to move forward with our next presenting company. I have the CEO of Good4, Mr. Jeff Ullman. You're on mute, Jeff.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope to make this a very good for investors presentation. The first thing I'd like to say about this is that is our company description. Good4, which is a registered internationally trademark, is a healthcare tech and IP company. You can read about all this. And I'm going to go through a lot of things very quickly, and everything will be available to you upon your request. Have a look at these. These are the top brands in cannabis and CBD. But how do they break through the clutter? Here's why the biggest brands are not so good. They don't express what's good for what customers seek. Confusing names, silly names in many respects. When a brand mentions technology or doctor jargon, it may be true and beneficial to the companies in a way, but it does not address the major problems. Okay, sorry for that. Excuse me. Okay, let's get through that. What's the number one sales driver for CBD? It's pain relief. And what do people want? They want pain relief right away. Right away, because if they don't have it right away, it doesn't work for them. What's the number one question customers need to know about CBD and THC? What's good for me? What's good for my family? But do you remember any of those brand names? But they're the leading brands, but who remembers them? Brands must have certain key exceptional factors. If they don't, they will blend in and be just Me Too products. Here's just one of my multiple prior successes. Great Expectations, built amidst the stigma of the 20th and earliest 21st century, and sold it for the equivalent of, we did about $150 million, and that's Warren Buffett. Personal motivation. My wife was diagnosed with metastatic stage 4 breast cancer. We couldn't cure the cancer, but we could treat and cure her pain. And that's exactly what motivated us, and that's what we did. I've been invited to appear at, probably 10 or 11 different international presentations, all on cannabis and on the science of it. Here are our Good4 pain and related designs, as well as products. We're selling all of these. And this is the newest design that's already here, actually. We have proprietary formulas. We do not have a white label. We make it ourselves. So we're the opposite of Me Too products. We produce entirely unique formulations, and our pain SKUs, topicals, work in seconds. Real skin in the game, almost $200,000. So I'm highly motivated. That's when I created something that's good for investors. Now, I don't expect you all to read all of this, but we're going to go through this box or section by section. Company description, which you saw earlier, will tell you what we are. What's the problem? Everyone hates pain and needs to stop it instantly. We originally started offering a number of lotions and nice oils and whatnot, but none of them deliver instant relief. Our solution to combine FDA-approved ingredients with FDA-ignored supplements, and we use unique cannabinoid ratios, which add to our intellectual property. And you'll learn more about our IP. This is what you can see on our website. Good for pain, grab and go packets, very popular with athletes, people on the go, a mom who wants to put it in her purse. And this is the primary product, Good for Pain Pump. It's an airless pump, so it's contaminant free, and it's an incredibly good price. We have had, well, it's even more than about 200 verified reviews. These are from fully paid customers. Traction and milestones. We too are a new company. We too created our products. We decided to walk before we run. We wanted to prove everything so that it would work well for our family and work well for investors. Target markets, international, pain is everywhere. $100+ billion in the United States alone. Pain topicals, $2.5 billion. So who is good for pain good for? Just about everybody. Our marketing focus, we began good for everybody. But that's too, the riches are in the niches. So good for pain relief is our focus. We've been doing direct to consumer sales very successfully, about $50,000 in the last few months. Wholesale team starts next month. We have about 13 or 14 already signed up. Intellectual property, we just don't talk about it, we do it. We have multiple trademarks in multiple countries. We have a clinical trial that's already started. We've already applied to the FDA, so we are will officially be a drug, a medicine. Investment offering. Now this is a little unique. Yes, we're raising $2 million offering and $1 million tranches, and you can read this yourself, but as a particular incentive for the first investor who puts in $100,000, they get 10% equity and a board seat. Use of funds primarily for marketing. Working capital is also included, or inventory is also included in working capital. Exit plan. We believe that Good For has created so many assets that will be attractive to a public or private company, CPG, consumer product goods, not just in wellness, who will want to break through the clutter, not just in cannabinoids, but in just about any product. Financials will provide them to any qualified investors who sign an NDA. Good for you, good for us. And anyone who wants some samples of our pain topical, just write me and I'll send it to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Great presentation. Spreading the love, Good For. All right. First question. Scott?
Yeah, can you talk more about your distribution plans? You mentioned DTC and wholesale. Can you go into a little more detail on how you plan to get it out there?
Yes, about 42% of our DTC sales have been repeat buyers. They like it, they buy it again. 31% are word of mouth. So we've built a very strong foundation. We have over 200 brand ambassadors. Costs us nothing to do that. We pay only after they make a sale. We have about 34 or 35 affiliates. These are not wholesalers. These are people who receive a 15% commission when their referrals purchase the products, and we provide them an incentive as well. I'm a member of YPO, Young Presidents Organization. In fact, I started the Cannabis Industry Wealth and Health Group in early 2015, and quite a few of those companies who are all over the United States and all over the world. I think they're in about, well, dozens of countries actually, have not just expressed interest, but have made commitments to us that as soon as we have our wholesale agreements done, which were done last week, they will start selling. I will provide you a list of all of those if you'd like.
Cool, thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. Great momentum there. Blake?
Oh, let me say one other thing, pardon me. The runexperience.com, it's the largest runners group in the world. We are an exclusive partner of theirs. They have 3 partners, Nike, Bose, and Good For. Beyond that, anybody in pain and athletes, we've got it made. The good thing about Good For Pain is you put it on and in 5 to 10 seconds, it begins working. And it's not because of lidocaine, which is the dangerous element.
Thanks, Jeff. Blake?
Yeah, could you expand a little bit on the clinical studies or the trials that you're doing?
Yes, the clinical trials, we decided not to take on like Pepsi versus Coke and name some of the big brands. We thought why spend money defending ourselves because they wouldn't like it. So what we've done is we've taken our pain topical. It's a double-blind study, the typical big pharma method, all using U.S. If you will, testers or patients. It begins in January. I think it's the 18th or 19th, something around that. It'll be listed on clinicaltrials.gov. Should take us less than 1 month. Simultaneously, our patent will be filed. It's being filed by 2 double PhD attorneys who have looked into the details on it. That, along with our FDA registration, elevates us to a great extent. Our focus, again, is just on pain. With regard to the clinical trial, it'll be a wide variety of people, from people in the early 20s who are athletic and are not aware of Good For, that's an important thing, to people who are in blue-collar jobs, white-collar jobs because of ergonomics, et cetera, seniors, everyday people, and also people who suffer side effects, painful side effects from pharmaceutical drugs, not just chemotherapeutic drugs. I'll be happy to provide, it's being set up, it has been set up by Dr. Dan McShann, who is a PhD in computational biology, a true scientist, and also Dr. Paul Bregman, who's a clinician in Colorado, who has seen over 8,000 cannabis patients. We have a very wide board of advisors. I'm not publishing it here. Why take the time? If you're interested, I'll share it with you. We're very open book, very transparent.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Jeff. We have time for one more quick question and quick response. Gary?
Hey, Jeff, I just wanted to see what's your revenue ramp up over the next couple of years? What's the estimate of time for cash flow positive from the business?
Cash flow positive, even with $100,000, we have a very low burn rate. I've invested quite a bit, and that's going to stop, of course. It's not debt, so not a single investor dollar is going to pay me back. It's all going into use of funds, as I showed before. We expect to do in 2021 over $650,000. But the problem with financial pro formas for new companies is, who knows? Investors know, they know that. You know that. So the best thing to do is to analyze our thinking, our planning, in your due diligence. And I think you'll be impressed.
Hey, Jeff, maybe you can just walk us through, to help answer that. Maybe you can just walk us through the last 3 months.
What would you like to know about the last 3 months?
What was the revenue the last 3 months?
About $26,000.
Is that per month or total?
For 3 months.
For 3 months.
Exclusive of December.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. And of course, judges, if you have any additional questions for Jeff, you can always reach out to him directly via this chat or his email. Moving on, we have our next presenting company. We have the co-founder and COO of Tigris, Mr. John Copolino.
Yes, how are you?
Hello, sir.
Can everyone see that?
Yep.
All right, there we go. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present our company. My name is John Coppolino. I am one of the founders and the CEO of Tigris, a licensing technology development company. I know I see a few familiar faces here and would love to grab a drink with everybody after this webinar, but obviously we can't today, but maybe next time. Today,
I'm with you on that.
Today, I'm going to share with you a breakthrough in novel patented chemistry. Throughout history, the imagination of the world's greatest innovators. Why isn't this not moving? Oh, just give me one. Oh, there we go. I said throughout history, the imagination of great innovators has provided life-sustaining chemical solutions that basically allow us to maintain our lifestyle. The food we eat, the medicine we take, the crops we grow, the cars we drive, the homes we live in. And without these chemicals, it'd be impossible to sustain our life of over 7.4 billion people on the planet. The problem with that is, unfortunately, there's side effects. And when you start talking about side effects, we all have seen oil spills, hazardous chemical spills, industrial pollution, chemical burns, birth defects, and even cancer. And when you start thinking about agriculture, just think about the millions of gallons of pesticides used every day in our food supply. So when we look at, man, this thing is not wanting to change. There it goes. Oh, my apologies. So what I'd like you to do right now is imagine if we could increase the food supply without using harmful pesticides. Imagine if you could kill COVID-19 virus without using harmful disinfectants. Imagine if you could manufacture personal care products without toxic preservatives. Sounds impossible. Whoop. Well, Tigris has discovered a new sustainable low-tox acid and a new sustainable low-tox base that have thousands of applications across dozens of vertical markets. And in fact, our products are patented. So we have a composition of matter patent for a new acid, a new base that can be used in agriculture from growth to preservation. Sounds a little bit too good to be true. Well, if we would have been talking a few years back, it would have been probably difficult for me to convince you that it was true. But today we built a brand new plant in Michigan for under $2 million that can produce literally millions of gallons. Our profit margins are over 80%. Our EBITDA, when we get to critical mass, is over 50%. And this past quarter, we actually did $3 million in new licensing deals, global licensing deals that involve cleaning and disinfecting in agriculture. And in addition, we've attracted some of the best scientists in the world because of the mission that we're on. And if Dr. Atala was here, the director of Wake Forest Institute for Regenerative Medicine, he would tell you this chemistry is the most promising medical advancement in decades, and it has been demonstrated to facilitate both cellular functions. Larry Carlson, my partner and one of our founders, and a scientist for many years with Fortune 50 companies, he would tell you the ag tech testing of our growth enhancement product on cannabis, soybeans, corn, potatoes, sugar beets has resulted on average of increased crop yields of 10 to 30% and a reduction in time to harvest. And of course, Dr. Stephen Johnson, the former head of the EPA, would tell you that he's focused all of his efforts after he retired on the challenges that EPA faces. And he believes that Tigris is a safe acid technology, less toxic approach to a wide range of industry issues involving dangerous chemistry. But what does that mean in the cannabis industry? Well, picture tells 1,000 words. We've done numerous testing in cannabis, and you can see we will increase crop yield with a much safer alternative to typical additives and pesticides that are used. It is an additive. It goes with a fertilizer and is fed to the plant when you're feeding the newts. That's just an example of some of the testing we've done over the years, where we've seen increased crop yields from 10 to 35% just in cannabis. And then if you look at other crops that we've tested, green lettuce, potatoes, soybeans, sugar beets, tomatoes, sunflowers, we've seen crop yields from 10 to 40%. And then, of course, on the cannabis side, there's a whole nother application, And that's when manufacturing CBD, we can be used both as a potential preservative to replace hazardous chemicals and also as an ingredient to enhance the active ingredient in the CBD product. Here's just a few other pictures of some other crops, lettuce. And you can see this was done hydroponically with a control sample and then a sample that used our product. And we're only using it at about a 10 mil per gallon dosage. And you can see the roots that tell you the whole story. So why invest in Tigris? We've discovered new water synthesized chemistry. We have immediate international opportunities on all of our various applications, from cleaning to disinfecting to agriculture to medical. As we said, we've just begun saving the world. We've just started our licensing deals in Australia, New Zealand, the EU, and North America. We've built an amazing patent portfolio. We probably have 3 or 4 dozen patents that are in process and 5 or 6 that have been granted and issued. We've had tremendous testing done by third parties in all aspects of our business. My apologies for the, and most importantly, we're generating profit margins that are well above the industry norms. Excuse me one second here. So with that being said, right now we are in the process of raising $5 million in our parent company, Tigris. To date, we've raised 10 million to date. We're also raising $1 million in our ag tech company, and we'll also be raising an additional $2 million in our biotech company. Once again, if you look at some of the highlights, we do have the perfect ingredients for success: high gross profit margins, low capex. Our production facility is up and running, and we have ongoing commercialization in multiple vertical markets. World-class team of advisors and dedicated professionals that are on our mission. And our mission, once again, is to provide safer, more effective solutions to replace the millions of gallons of hazardous chemistry used in ag tech and other industries. And we're going to keep innovating. We're looking for strategic partners and licensing partners. And of course, we're certainly looking for great investment partners. And we've been very fortunate in the folks we've brought into the company up to this point. So I thank you for your time and look forward to exploring all the possibilities.
Thanks, John. Really a timely solution and well thought out as well. Blake?
Quick one. Are any of your license agreements with governments?
No, we are working. We have a couple grants that we've been provided up in Michigan. We're working on some very large grants. We're also working in the biotech space in some therapeutics for COVID-19. And we are talking to some potential PPE states about once we have approval as a disinfectant to use our product as a PPE solution. It's now approved in Singapore. We just shipped some product to Singapore, and we're currently negotiating with licensing deals on every continent.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Yeah, so I'm a little confused. So the investment now is going into the parent company or to a subsidiary? Because
so we are doing,
you mentioned a lot of different entities.
Yeah, we're doing multiple investments right now. Tigris is basically the holding company that controls the IP. And
Okay.
we have separate subsidiaries for ag tech, for biotech, and for clean tech. The ag tech company is raising $1 million convertible note in the first quarter. The parent company is currently raising a $5 million equity round. And in fact, we're in the process right now of converting all of our senior debt to equity. We're converting all of our convertible notes to equity. And by the time we begin next year, we'll have no convertible notes, no debt, and all common stock.
And the parent company owns what percentage of the subs?
Initially, when we roll them out, we own 100%. We then bring in management that's focused in that subsidiary that would be provided equity, in the 10% range, or typical equity for a management team. And then we would bring in strategic investors that would invest in the various ag tech or biotech companies. One of the reasons for the structure is, you guys know as investors, there's a much different profile for a biotech investor than there would be an ag tech investor or a clean tech investor.
So as an investor in the parent company, then I could be.
Yeah, as an investor in the parent company, you would be an owner in all of the subsidiaries. And when we did distributions through subsidiaries, there could potentially be distributions going through the parent company. Our strategy is kind of trickle up economics. We're going to create liquidity events at the subsidiary level that can trickle up to the parent by using these subsidiaries, including our ag tech, which obviously includes the cannabis space.
And all the subs, they all have their own staff, infrastructure, et cetera, or do they get that from the parent?
So we're leveraging the parent for manufacturing, for human resources, admin, legal. However, the subs would be involved on the distribution, sales, marketing. And really what we're looking for is great CEOs that have the ability to sign 7-figure global licensing deals, because that's really where the action is at the subsidiary level. They also have some R&D at the subsidiary level, but the majority of the technical R&D, we have 2 scientists on our staff that have 200 patents worldwide between them. So we have some great scientists working with us. And then we have some great doctors working with us, again, on the biotech side. There are really interesting applications on biotech for CBD, and we would definitely be interested in looking to pursue R&D opportunities, certainly with some of the companies that have even presented today.
Okay, I've taken up enough time. I'll let someone else ask questions.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Jeff. They were great questions. Scott?
Yeah, great questions. In fact, that was my question about the parent, but I'll shift to another question. Good to see you, John. So from a sales and marketing standpoint, how do you penetrate the cannabis world and convince people that this is really important? How do you gain market share, and who are your competitors in this space?
So our strategy in cannabis has shifted. We originally rolled out a product called Ferocious. We got some distributors going. We got some momentum going. We quickly realized that we didn't have the bandwidth or really the goodwill in the industry to roll out such a new disruptive technology. We are now negotiating with potential strategic partners who would license our technology for cannabis, take that product to the cannabis market under their brands, using our product as an additive. And we've now also focused in heavily on the general agricultural space or ag tech space for both indoor and outdoor growing. In addition to that, we are looking, Scott, as we talked about, for partners on the CBD side, because we know we have, from working with some of the big personal care companies, non-CBD, we believe that we can both help as a replacement for preservatives when preservatives are required in CBD personal care products, and also potentially enhancing the active ingredient, which obviously is the CBD in these various formulations.
How many paying customers do you need that are going to be licensing, this? Like how big can it get? Like if you have 30 new customers next year, what size do you get to, and what's your outlook there?
I mean, we know that, just to give you an idea, one large farm, a few hundred acres or 1,000-acre farm can literally be hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue for the company. So I'll give you soybeans, for instance. We did a small farm up in Michigan. The farmer generated an extra $500,000 in gross revenue, of which cost about $80,000 to pay us for the actual product itself. So he netted $420,000. So, and that was a low return on investment compared to some of the others we've seen. So we know we have a great return on investment for cash crops like cannabis, and even non-cash crops, corn, potatoes, etc. From a preservative standpoint, we've even done some testing on fresh cut potatoes and showed that we can increase shelf life on fresh cut potatoes from 20 days to 40 days when they're packed and then shipped around the country. So a lot of potential in the food, beverage, cannabis space, and certainly on the personal care, biotech, and CBD space. We think we're just at the tip of the iceberg, and certainly looking for strategic partners. That was one of the reasons I thought this would be interesting to get involved with. Is, I think there's some real benefits to our technology when we partner with the right cannabis and CBD companies to bring these products to market.
Thanks. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I know there were other questions, but unfortunately we ran out of time on this presentation. Terry, I will definitely get to you in the next round of presenters. But also, if you have any questions, you can message John directly. And also, there will be time during the networking session as well to ask some of these things. All right, so moving on to our final presentation, we have the CEO of Canaverde, Michael Nestorescu.
Perfect. Hi, Joseph. How are you?
Hello, welcome,
Perfect.
Mike.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you everyone for your time today. Good afternoon or good evening, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us on the East Coast. My name is Michael Nestorescu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Canaverde Pharma. So if I can share the screen here, and we can go in through the quick presentation. Perfect. So Canaverde Pharma is a Canadian domiciled, low-cost, high-quality producer of medical cannabis with operations in Colombia through our wholly owned subsidiary called Green Health Colombia. So over the last 2.5 years, we have spent a great deal of time getting all the licenses and permits in place. So now we can sit in front of you and state that we have received licenses to cultivate, extract, manufacture, domestically distribute, and export both CBD and THC-based medical extracts. Further to that, we have registered 8 cultivars with varying CBD, THC, and CBG profiles with the Colombian Agricultural Institute and can now begin commercial cultivation of these cultivars. We have another 57 additional strains that are going through the documentation process, and those will be available to us shortly, and we'll be able to cultivate those as well. I don't have to tell you guys that Colombia is the perfect place to grow cannabis, or one of the best places to grow cannabis, and we have access to a massive opportunity in Latin America. So there's 68 million qualifying patients within Latin America. So we have a very large market, and we feel that Colombia is best placed to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. We have a terrific team. I wanted to highlight 3 individuals, specifically Yvonne Osmar, Chief Medical Officer, who's a graduate of both Harvard and Johns Hopkins. He's done medical trials, FDA monitored clinical trials, and he is terrific in terms of medicine in Colombia. I wanted to highlight Dr. Carlos Ulloa, who's the former team physician for the Colombian national soccer team, as well as the Olympic team, the Tennis Federation, and the Copa America team. Javier Patino used to be the CEO of Yambal, which is a very large CPG company within the country. And further to that, he was the gentleman on the team that brought Gatorade when he was with Quaker Oats in Latin America. And of course, we have other very, very talented people on our team. This is the biggest project that we're working on, is with the Foscal Group. Foscal is the largest tertiary care center in Colombia. They have 410 hospital beds, 350 medical specialists, and 300 medical consultants. The goal here is to place a cannabis clinic within this hospital and get thousands of patients that would be able to have access to cannabis-based medication. We're also in Santander, which is the health cluster within Colombia. We have partnered with 2 other companies, Saludar, which is a group of doctors that provide prescriptions in alternative medicine, and Medical Precision Care, which is an INVIMA registered master pharmacy that is in the process of obtaining an extension to cannabis. So this would be one of, we believe, 3 pharmacies within the country that will be able to write CBD, THC, CBG-based cannabis prescriptions. Further to that, we have partnered with JGB, which is a consumer packaged goods company. They have 1,000 employees out of Cali. So the goal here is to integrate CBD into existing product lines, as well as to bring new product lines to market within the CBD space. We have other contracts in place with Nova Science for CBD for pets, with Promi, with a white label company that will allow us to bring other products to market. So we have the distribution and the ability for us to bring CBD-based products with well-known companies within Latin America. We've also signed definitive agreements for delivery of flower and distillate or isolate. We have a current contract to be delivered in 2021 for $2.5 million US. That translates into 3.25 million Canadian. And we have signed LOIs and definitive agreement with other companies to bring forth CBD-based medication and CBD-based products. So to date, our capital structure looks like this. So shares outstanding, about 12 million shares at a 60-cent valuation for about $7.2 million valuation. We've issued debentures for $3 million. So those are outstanding as well. The debentures look exactly like this, which is a 2-year debenture that yields 10% per year and is payable at either the IPO, the go public transaction, or maturity date. It's got a forced conversion into equity at 60 cents per share. We have raised to date $5.2 million, and we're searching today for an additional $5 to $10 million to complete all of the things that we have set out to do. So this includes the proprietary medical markets with the Formula Magistral in Colombia. We've received fantastic news recently out of Colombia that insurance companies will now cover medical prescription of cannabis, whether it be private insurance, whether it be government insurance. So this amount of capital will be able to assist the doctors in the clinics. Medical Precision Care will be able to now issue prescription-based medication. So we want to allocate some capital to that. The GMP compliant extraction facility to give us access to not only Colombia, but Latin America, specifically Brazil, Mexico, Chile, Peru. We have had conversations with doctors and pharmacies in all of these jurisdictions for us to be able those products to market, and also the JV agreements in terms of the CBD wellness programs. So it is a 2.5-year-old process that we're now ready to generate revenues. So we've basically spent a great deal of time through the licensing process, and we are now generating revenues. We had our first sale about a few weeks ago of CBD-based distillate. We are about to harvest about 230 kilograms of dry flower, CBD and CBG dominant. So that will be ready in the next few weeks as we finish off the year. And in the new year, we will begin with the THC quota. We've already received one on the scientific side to be able to take all of these cultivars through the registration process. But we'll be asking for a quota for commercial cultivation, commercial extraction, and with Medical Precision Care and the Foscal Group, we plan to bring forth medical prescriptions. The goal is 10,000 patients within 2021. The average spend per patient would be about $50 a month for a total of $600 per year, giving us revenues of about $6 million in 2021. So that is the goal for us as a company. I want to be able to talk about the Colombian market just on its own, given that there are 5.6 million patients in total with a variety of conditions, and they spent $22 billion on healthcare in 2017, 50 million population. So for us to be able to get 10,000 patients in 2021 is a very achievable goal. We've had conversations with doctors, and we had a recent event for 100 doctors, all willing and able and ready to prescribe medication. And now we have one of the few compounding pharmacies in the whole country that can begin writing prescription medication. And we're anticipating that to happen in the early part of January of 2021. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thanks, Michael. Really strong work. Really strong. Terry, why don't we start with you? Because I know we couldn't get to your question in the last presentation.
No problem. Michael, since you guys just had your first production at the greenhouse, do you know exactly what you guys are producing per square foot, and also what your cogs are to produce that?
Yeah, so basically the way we do it per plant or per square meter. So what we've done in our evaluation, we did it in pots. So we achieved about 60 to 80 grams per plant. However, we have changed our strategy to go directly in the ground within the greenhouse. And we are now, with an extra 2 weeks in the plant life, we're getting 400 to 500 grams per plant. So the cost of production is very low. Obviously, as we increase our economies of scale, we're in about 51,000 square feet. We're about to go to 80 within the next week. So as we scale up to 400,000 square feet, we anticipate production costs of below 10 cents. And we are focusing on the higher revenue targets, basically THC, CBG. We feel that CBD is not the right move for us as we move forward into the space. As you know, some of the bigger producers, not only in Colombia, but elsewhere, they achieve cost of 3 cents or below that. So perfect conditions. We're in the best place to grow cannabis. We're 1,700 meters above sea level. We're in the safest area in Colombia, Bucaramanga, and we have fantastic economics. That's the way we see it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Carol?
Thank you, Michael. Excellent presentation. Our firm have been very actively looking for opportunities in Colombia since 2016, pretty much right away when all legalization happens, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed regarding the LOIs that you're showing. I would like to hear more about that partnership that you have with JBG. This is one of the biggest, I think it's the biggest partnership I have seen so far for the cannabis industry in the country. So if you can tell us some details, and also I would like to hear the milestones that you would like to reach with the funding that you're asking.
Perfect. Yeah, so we're very, very excited. So we partnered with Foscal, we've partnered with Salud Data and Medical Precision Care, and we've partnered with JGB. These are three fantastic names in the industry. JGB being a massive company and having the ability to bring products that consumers have been enjoying for years. So JGB has been around since the late 1800s. So we're not starting a product from scratch, but we're starting to put CBD in products that consumers know and love. And JGB was voted one of the best CPG companies in the space a few years ago. The Foscal Hospital is obviously one of the biggest hospitals in Colombia, and we are excited to partner with them as we get to our target of 10,000 patients within 2021. So those are the general milestones. We've grown organically, and we haven't built the very large facilities that we see now in Canada and elsewhere being closed. We think that 80,000 square feet is perfect space for now. As we grow further, we have the ability to scale up very fast as everything's prepared for us to be able to do so. So the organic growth has been there. And as we transition, the main goals now is revenue creation. We have spent the last 2.5 years on the licensing and the permits. We do not require any more licenses or permits. So now it's a rinse and repeat process in terms of revenue generation. And we focused on 3 different segments of the revenue. So medical prescriptions and formulations, CBD-based products, and flower and oil and isolate sales within the country. So the goal is to now get 10,000 patients within 2021, get the product launches with our partners, and now to start creating revenues as Colombia has finally gotten in line with the rest of the world in terms of actually having a great path to revenue, which is something that a few years ago that was not there.
Thanks, Michael. Actually, we have that's it on time. I'm sorry. Again, feel free to reach out to Michael directly now or during the Q&A via chat. But my timekeeper here just flagged me that basically concludes the company presentation segment of our program. And now we're moving on to the very exciting time now, where all judges and audience members will be asked to vote for the company in which they, support, would like to get behind, or just thought had a best presentation today. I believe you have your voting tab in front of you. So please take a moment to do that. There will be no recount. There will be no multiple recounts, and vote with conviction. Oh. Oh. Okay, got it. Okay. So I'm going down the line. Okay, great. So there will be no secret voting here. No. Okay, so I am going down the line with all of our judges. Blake, we'll start with you. You're on mute.
Yeah. You want me to discuss every company or just go with the one that I want to vote with?
Actually, give me one quick moment. Let me just make sure I'm good. Yeah, so
I was trying to click the button here, but it wouldn't let me.
yeah, I know. I noticed that too. Yeah, so if you can talk about which company and then why very briefly, I'd really appreciate it. And then we'll just go down the line.
Oh, I guess just briefly, I'm gonna go with Doc Patel's because I like the educational side of it, and I feel that that's something that we really need to get in. I mean, I've done this with my products here and working in Colombia. I mean, as Michael was saying, I mean, we have 7,000 kilos of product sitting here, dried flour. So, and then I have products registered with NEMA here, which is our FDA in Colombia. And it's just, I really want to get our doctors and our clients and everyone on the same page. We have to educate everybody because people don't know. They don't know how to dose. They don't know what they're looking for. They don't know brands. A lot of these brands are out there spending $1 million a month with Google ads, pushing products in front of people. But I prefer, I feel that they have a great little product that they're going with, and I think they have a lot of potential.
Thanks, Blake. Carol?
Well, I really like 3 companies that I saw today. As Blake was saying, the platform of education for doctors is key, is very important for in Latin America. Also, I think that Greg's solution is amazing. I think that it is the answer of one of the most challenging issues in the space. And Michael Canaverde. Finally, I think that there's a great opportunity to invest in Colombia with reliable LOIs and great partnerships. And I love to see companies developing Latin American market. I think it's a great opportunity to explore, and Colombia is ready to go. So congratulations to all of you. Great job.
Thanks, Carol. And if you were to just pick one, what of the 3?
Wow, pick one. Well, then I love to diversify portfolios, but I will say Canaverde since
Okay.
we are actively working in Colombia, and I think it's a great opportunity.
Thanks, Carol.
You're welcome.
Dr. Koenig?
Sure. You know, I think really one thing when it comes to all these companies, it's about timing. You know, what's a good investment now versus what may be a good investment in a year from now. For myself, I think it's Cura Ratio Life Sciences. I really like how they're using the medical healthcare practitioners, and they're also using influencers as well too, and really combining those 2 things together for opportunities. I think that's a great opportunity for this exact moment right now to invest in. So out of everyone, that's why I'd recommend Cure Ratio Life Sciences for myself. And thank you everyone for presenting today. Good job, everyone. And I wish everyone best of luck with their fundraising.
Thanks, Dr. Koenig. Really appreciate you. Gary?
You said Gary or Terry? I'm sorry.
Oh, Gary?
Well, again, thank you everyone for presenting. Great range of companies. In terms of who I would vote for is Greenway DNA. Basically, I'm a good client for it. There's a lot of trial and error that happens in the cannabis space in terms of trying different products until you find one that works. If there was a way to simplify that and do a test and let me gravitate toward strains and dosing that really works with my DNA, I think it would be very useful. And it seems pretty scalable. I could see some other ways to monetize the products, but that's the one for me.
Thanks, Gary. Jeff?
Well, I'm a little confused between the best presentation and the best company to invest in. So they're different. I think, so the best presentation of all was Element. I thought it was great. She knows what she's doing. She knows her market. But I think the best company to invest in right now, and I think for big returns, is Tigris. I think that they're doing something really great. And I think there's a way to get around the structure of the investment, but I would vote for Element as the best presentation, but for the investment side, I go with the other guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, and definitely more about the investment side, right? So,
right.
Yeah, but thank you for that. Absolutely. Okay, Scott.
So I liked Element and Curatio both at the top. I'm struggling to decide between them. I agree that Element gave a great presentation. I think Curatio seems to be further along with their development and their sales, and I like the team. They have a big healthcare background, and I think David mentioned healthcare professionals, you know, and influencers. So I think that a lot of it is around distribution and sales and marketing. There's a lot of good brands out there, but how do you break through? And, you know, as my question was, like, what's going to happen after a lot of these companies get tossed off the shelves, you know, that people are going to gravitate towards the best quality. And it seems like Curatio has spent a lot of time thinking about making, you know, those claims. You know, everybody makes claims about CBD, but I thought theirs were very strong. So I'm going to have to vote for Curatio over Element, but it was this close.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Terry.
Yes, 8 great presentations. Just kind of hard to choose from. You know, from our expertise, you know, we look more for the cannabis side, the growing side, cultivation. So Tigris and then also Canaverde are 2 interest potentials for us. I also think though that PLab, or PLab, I'm pronouncing it correctly, has some great opportunities exploring outside of the United States also. So if I had to make a choice today, I'd probably have to go with Tigris just because of the agricultural opportunity that's also available besides just cannabis.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Tim?
Boy, Joseph, this is tough.
Oh, man.
As we're hearing the presentations, they just, you know, I just keep saying, okay, that one looked good. Oh, you just keep getting better, just keep getting better. And, you know, I've heard a few of the presentations before, a few of the presenters before, and they're also improving. And so it's just, this is really difficult for me. It kind of comes down to, you know, I really had 4 companies that I liked. And there's different things when it comes to investing. It's about timing, but it's also about, as an investor, how could I add value? You know, I think of it as, could I add value to the investment? And to me, I don't have any experience or knowledge about Latin America. I don't feel like I could add any value to Latin America, although I did see Canaverde as very strong. I just didn't see how I could add to the value there. And also, it was very important. I did have a question and I didn't get to get it answered. And it was really important for me to understand the offer, whether it was in line with the valuation of the company. So when am I going to get my money if I do it?
Mm-hmm.
So that was concerns that I would have there. So, but it did tick off a lot of great things. So Canaverde did really well. I just don't know that I'd be able to add any value to that. So then it comes down to between Element Apothic and Doc Patel's for me, because there's something there where I feel like that I could add value. And as far as where they are, you know, I think Doc Patel's a little further along than Element Apothic, but I think with one real small slight adjustment, I think Element Apothic with a distribution channel and can really make something happen as well. And it could be right there. So for me, I guess, and also I think if you're an investor, if you're listening here, with $100 investment in Element Apothic as a small risk on WeFunder, you know, you could just go out and right now just do that. So, you know, as far as where I could add value and where I feel like my investment would be and how I could add to the trajectory would be with Element Apothic.
Thanks, Tim. I appreciate you breaking that down too. That was very insightful. Okay. So everyone, if you just give me a moment, I'm just putting everything together, tabulating, and then looking at responses here from our audience. So just give me a quick moment here. Okay. All right, so we actually have a tie. So I'll start with the investor figures first, and then the investor judges, and then I'll go to the results from the audience. With the investor judges, Curatio Life Sciences earned 2 votes, Tigris earned 2 votes, and then Element earned 2 votes. So that leaves the tiebreaker to me, and me in particular, I'm big on timing, particularly when capital's tightened up like like it is currently. I really believe in where Tigris is going and their ability to kind of, shape a new world, right, in light of COVID and our response to that. So, but their application not only in just the larger ag tech space, but also in cannabis and CBD, I think is palatable. And I agree with Jeff. There's some things with the parent and infrastructure and kind of how deals would be structured that need to be cleaned up. But overall, once you get past that, I think there's a lot of upside on that. But I also loved Element and Curatio Science. Canna Verde is super exciting. Things that are happening in Colombia. I think, Carol, once you get with them, I believe I'm so excited for you guys to get together and do some amazing things in Latin America. And Dr. Patel and all the educational work that you're doing, just the power of having a medical doctor on the team that really knows what they're talking about is so essential. I'm going to leave my last comment for actually the winner from the audience, which the audience actually voted on best company presentation. And the person that earned the most votes there was Greenway DNA. And I think there's a lot of real good reasons behind that. They were followed by Element Apothic. So there's Element popping up again. Pelly Labs and Can Verde. So that was the breakdown on the audience side. So with that, congratulations to both Greenway DNA and to Tigris and all the other company presentations. Really a stellar lineup. Good job, Brad, in sourcing all these companies. Everybody brought immense value, amazing presentations, especially as we turn the corner into 2021 and look at opportunities. I would like to thank, our investor judges. Really an all-star lineup of judges. Clearly, you're here for a valuable reason, and certainly it was very valuable to have you participate and provide your feedback. I believe that you've identified some opportunities to collaborate with some of these presenting companies, collaborate with each other here as well. We also want to especially thank our audience for joining us from around the world. We know this is a difficult time and we have to meet this way, but we actually really made this work. And I think this is a great way for us to collaborate in light of the COVID situation. I also want to remind everybody that today's recording will be available on the Cannabis Investing Forum website and the YouTube channel. And for those of you that would like to contact the presenters and investor judges, their emails are all available on their section of the Cannabis Investing Forum. And just some announcements for the future. Please make sure you mark your calendars for the next event, the Investor Hot Seat, which will be a virtual webinar on January 28th, 2021, and the Cannabis Investing Forum virtual webinar on March 4th, 2021. We're currently seeking companies right now to present investor judges, exhibitors, sponsors, media and marketing partners, and all that whole jazz. It takes a village to get these projects funded and off the ground and supported and sustainable. So please join us. And you could also, again, find out more information on this at cannabisinvestingforum.com. And with that, I would like to toss the mic right back to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. John Nemanik, who will provide some closing remarks and then open us up for networking. Thank you.
Wasn't that an absolutely amazing group of presentations?
Wow, amazing.
Awesome, eh? Just awesome. You know, Joseph, thank you for your excellent moderation. You really did a good job. I like the way you handled the judges and were able to circulate questions around. Give you credit for it. It's a lot harder than it looks.
Definitely. You know, and I have my newborn here, you know, just 2 months old. And so I'm juggling with my wife and my newborn in the background. And man, I'm just glad everyone was patient and we really rolled with it. And, you know, thank you, everyone. You all did fantastic.
I have an impatient 9-year-old who's waiting for my time, so I got to make this quick. But that's great stuff. You give it 9 years from now, you'll see how fast time will pass. Anyways, I'm going to start closing with a few observations with respect to the Cannabis Investing Forum, investor judges, companies, winners, and voting by audience. Each time Brad Turner produces a cannabis-based event, the quality of the presenting companies improves. I've attended 5 events, and they just get better and better. Investor judges, I only wish they sat on my board of advisors. They can provide an incredible brain trust. With this board, I could raise 9 figures. Trying to pick the best company is much harder than it seems. There are many good candidates, and often our choices are based on risk profiles unique to ourselves. For example, I like the medical cannabis space best, but there are excellent companies in the adult use market. I like financing first rounds, but for those with the risk tolerance, investing in seed rounds can potentially create life-changing returns. Those companies that didn't win are still winners in my view. Just getting this far, presenting at this forum takes a great deal of work and determination, and they should be commended for that. Nevertheless, I do congratulate the winners for passing through a most challenging process. You won, frankly, because you're good. And then finally, judging by the comments and questions, I am honored to serve as your host for a group of very smart attendees. This audience, and you should be proud, this is a great audience, and you should be proud that you attended. Now, final closing remarks. This completes another episode of the Cannabis Investing Forum. I want to thank all the sponsors, speakers, investor judges, presenting companies, marketing partners, and especially you, the audience, for joining us today. We would like to remind the audience, investor judges, that you can find the presentation seen today on the Cannabis Investing Forum website. You can also find the emails for presenters, investor judges, so you may contact them directly. And please make sure you mark your calendar for the next event, Investor Hot Seat virtual webinar on January 28th, 2021, and the Cannabis Investing Forum seminar on March 4th, 2021. We are seeking companies that would like to present, investor judges, exhibitors, sponsors, and media and marketing partners. You can find the information at www.cannabisinvestingforum.com and register on Eventbrite. And I'd like to close up by reminding everyone that we have that super VIP gift box offer with products by Good4, Element, Apothec, and Potency. For a $50 purchase, you'll receive 88% savings. You have until 6 p.m. today to take advantage of this offer. And now for the networking. This is a reminder that you need to register with a new Zoom meeting link to access the networking rooms. You should find that in your email. It's also posted in the chat now, and the link can be found on cannabisinvestingforum.com. I look forward to seeing you there in the Zoom room. Cheers. Ciao.